Morning, folks.
Good morning.
How was your weekend?
It's good.
Morning. Beth, can you show me where under Agenda Center the packet is? Because when I click to the
Below the, it's
link
below
that
it.
says here to go here to agenda,
It's,
I just see the agenda. Is it in a different
it's
setting?
below that. Scroll.
You're in the agenda center, right, Peter?
I'm in the Agenda Center.
So when you click on the date for agenda, it'll open up a little window and it'll tell you, at least mine does, and it says HTML or whatever. It's got a few different options there.
Right. This one only, when I hit download, it only says agenda.
Because you're on the wrong one. It says BOC meeting agendas. It says the 17th, the 5th, and the 9th. Below May 9th, it says BOCC packets. Below packets, it says
Okay.
May 17.
Okay, thank you. That's clear as mud for the public.
We're working on that. Something I'm having Megan work on.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm fixing my camera here. There we go. Sorry about that. It's 8:30. And it looks like we have an administrative approval of renewal of marijuana before the public comment. So Nanette, I will hand it over to you. And by the way, today's May 17th regular meeting of the Board of Clear Creek County Commissioners. Over to you, Nanette.
Thank you. Good morning. Nothing extraordinary to add about this application. Everything is in order and it is ready for administrative approval by the board.
Okay, George, Randy, any questions from you? Okay, thanks, Nanette. We can administratively approve it.
Great. Thank you.
All right, so next is public comment. Has anybody come here today for the purpose of making a public comment? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom and Beth will move you over and you can hear what you have to say. Seeing none, we will close public comment and move on to commissioner updates. Who wants to go first?
I'll jump. Some of the same stuff I think I mentioned before, but it's just coming up now. Our NOCO partners meeting is this Friday. And also, so that's the meeting that we have every couple months with the whole, more than just the exec board and the representatives from each county, but the whole group of stakeholders. And one of the things, the communication plan and stuff we saw recently, a video has been completed now. I believe completed. I haven't seen the finished version, but it's basically everyone's been filmed. And each county put somebody out there as a representative to be filmed giving a message about stewardship and trails and stuff like that. And so Brian Flores from our trail crew was videoed, and I heard he did a really nice job. And they're doing bilingual versions of the video as well. And so it should be a really useful tool for us down the road and being provided for that purpose. CE meeting is next week. And with regard to that, the funding subcommittee we held last week, and that's going well. And we've got really agreement among everybody to pick up the load and pay for the CE administration that we've been paying for with Steve Coffin with his contract with us. And so they'll be sharing the load on that. And so we'll be cutting to about 10% of what we were paying there and save us around $60,000 a year. So that's good. The Pegasus launch is next week. In one in Denver, there's going to be a speechifying thing going on Tuesday. And then with the governor and all, and then on Wednesday, they're going to do the same thing at the CE meeting. And then they may have one in Avon too, but I'm not sure if that's going to be next week or some following week. I attended or was interviewed yesterday by the facilitator for the Front Range Passenger Rail District Board. And we had a really good conversation about how the I-7, all the transit entities throughout the state, especially the I-70 corridor holding a seat on that Front Range Passenger Rail, it's a non-voting seat, can influence the discussion to make sure that they're not too insular in the way they look at Front Range Passenger Rail, and they at least design it with the idea of interoperability and interconnection with our other transit services like Bus-TAM, Pegasus, and other kinds of services throughout the state. So that was good. And then I had a good talk yesterday with Lenore down at CDOT regarding the grant we're looking at. Somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million grant to do historical interpretation and re-signing and facility display improvements along the Mount Evans Byway, assuming the name changes and when the name changes, and we know what that is, and it would have about a 3 to 4 year lifespan on that grant to get the work done and be a collaboration between CDOT and the tribes and the county and a number of different people, and just working out the details on the grant, and have been working with Lisa on that a little bit too. So that's been my stuff the last week or two. Stuff I'm getting ready for and stuff we're doing this week and next week.
George?
Yeah, a few things for me. First off, Maria Ostrom, our finance director, has completed revenue projections for the emergency services district. I have set up a meeting with Kelly Babian and Brian and Maria and Diane Settle and I to just go over those projections. I think I have the general sense, I haven't really compared the numbers closely, but I have the general sense that Maria's new projections are a little more pessimistic than what we have been working off with the fire authority. So I wanted to give you a heads up for that. And then also, you know that the fire authority board has been talking for a long time about its need for revenues. And, you know, of course, we've had letter communication and other means of communication. It's not a new topic. The fire chief, Kelly Babian, is hoping to come and present to us about the need for new revenues and what they would do with those funds. And I'm asking for some time on the 7th for that, if that's okay with you all. The other one is, you know, we had a conversation about lodging tax reform. We decided to form a little task force. Just wanted to give you a quick update on that. Brian, Megan Heiler, our new PIO, and myself will be meeting with Cass and John Sellers, the chair of the board, and Cass Patton. We're going to try to squeeze in a couple of meetings before a June 7th meeting that I'm also asking for. I think we had kind of penciled that one in the last time we spoke, but hoping on June 7th for some board time to talk about how much revenue of that lodging tax revenue the Tourism Bureau needs, and begin the conversation around what we would do with the excess revenue, and what the process would be to get on the ballot. So those are those two things that I'm asking for conversations on June 7th on. Also, I'll just note, Sean, you received an email forwarded along to me related to the firefighting ponds bill, a bill passed that lets counties designate ponds as firefighting ponds and keep them from being drained by the water engineer without having to like lease water for them or have them have water rights. We might want to, Sean, I don't know, we just got the email yesterday. I'll gladly get back to Todd. There is an assessment or some kind of evaluation that's required And I don't know where we want to prioritize said evaluation. But that's, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I didn't know about the details of it. I haven't read the bill, but I do know that the particular ponds in question are the ones right across from Tallgrass, and they have been used as water sources by aircraft that are doing wildland mitigate or firefighting. And I think we should have staff look into what sort of an effort that is, because I do think that would be helpful to have those resources available. I know there was a fire called Bear Tracks that happened. I think it was in the 2000s in the Mount Evans Wilderness area, and I know for sure those ponds were used by bucket drops. It's a lot closer than flying all the way to Lake Evergreen, which is another place that they use. But in terms of the larger picture of how many ponds are in our county that we think we would want to go through that process, I can't say that I have an educated view on that.
Yeah, I don't either. And one of the primary questions is just we have two different fire departments. I don't know if we would want to try to do a county-wide evaluation or whether we wanted to look at it by just, the different fire departments within the county, those regions. But I agree, if we could maybe just ask staff to read through that bill and get back to us about what that would look like. I don't think I have the latest as far as it was amended, but I don't think we should presume it will be a cheap and easy project, although it probably won't be, super involved.
Yeah, I think probably our responsibilities would be countywide, because as I understood the message from Todd, I think that this board has some role that Evergreen Fire Protection District would need us to play for the land that's within their footprint.
Yeah, I think so. And then it comes down to whether one thing would be to ask the fire chiefs to perform the analysis and bring us the information, right?
Yeah, I think at least in Evergreen's case, they've probably already largely done that.
Yeah, that might be the case. So, okay, well, that's the firefighting ponds. I'll respond to that email. Lastly, just an update, the Clear Creek Fire Authority Board met last week. One of the outcomes of that, maybe I need to give you a little more context. The Upper Clear Creek Watershed Forest Health Partnership has, through that organization, some municipalities down the hill have provided contributions to the Clear Creek Fire Authority to do some mitigation projects. Around 40,000, if I'm remembering correctly. And so the fire authority, it was brought to us to hire a 4-person mitigation crew this season within the fire authority that would also do suppression work, be carded and do suppression work. They think between those municipal contributions I referenced, as well as being deployed on other fires a couple times, this might cost the fire authority a net of 30,000 a year or something. And so I just wanted to let you know that decision was approved. Hopefully that means we'll have some expanded suppression capacity in what looks to be a hot, dry summer, as well as an opportunity to pilot this combo mitigation suppression crew concept that we've been talking about. And that's everything for me.
I have one thing. Sheriff, are you listening in?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to pass along a few kind words about your deputies last night. I was on that horrific scene on Upper Bear, and they got there very early, and they really conducted themselves professionally and made a terrible situation a little bit better.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a rough night for everybody. It was, like you said, a horrific accident, and the advocate director and I had to go up and talk to his wife.
Oh my God.
And it was rough with a 9-month-old baby. So It was a long night for everybody, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. That's it for me. Brian, your update?
Yeah. Good morning. George sent you all an email last Friday about the local gaming limited impact grant cycle that we need to make some decisions on. I think he did a good job of explaining it in the email, but DOLA made some changes to their process whereby the applicants used to be able to apply directly to DOLA. Now, as you guys know, they come through us first, and then we approve and submit. But we really haven't changed any aspects of our process since the DOLA change. So George laid out a timeline for us to get this done. George, can you remind me, what's the deadline?
June 20th, I think, which is the day before the third Tuesday.
Yeah, okay. So in terms of process options for us, I guess one option would be for applicants to submit them to us. Staff would review them to make sure that they make sense, determine who, make sure that everything's in the right order, and we could make some recommendations to the board. If we want to do it that way, we probably would need to hold a special meeting on June 14th for you to allocate those grant dollars. Or excuse me, to determine which grants to submit, excuse me there. And then we would make the deadline. We would approve applications are combined and submit to DOLA by that deadline. Another option is just to have staff take the process on and get it done. I don't really have a thought either way, whether the board wants to be involved in approving those grants or not. I think that's really your guys' call. So again, it would be staff would receive the applications in, we would review them, get them to you with any recommendations, hold a special meeting on the 14th, and then get those grants submitted to DOLA by that June 20th deadline or June 21st deadline. Thoughts on that process? I don't know if George, if you got anything to add there either, but.
No, you summarized it pretty well. It comes down to whether we want to hold a special meeting and decide on those grants ourselves or delegate it to staff. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other, or even much of one. So yeah, Randy, Sean.
I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other, as long as we can make it smooth and helpful for the agencies that are applying.
Is it typically the same agencies that are applying?
Yeah, I like the idea of having us as a kind of a final look at it before it goes out the door.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. We've kind of had a chance to see it before because we've been instrumental. I know I've presented, I think twice under the old format where I went down and for 2
Does
years.
the June 14th date work for everyone for a special meeting?
I mean, I guess I in the email I just assumed it would be on a Tuesday, but
Yeah.
an assumption. It's good for me.
Just looking. All I got there is Flag Day.
So George and I had discussed essentially having staff do some of the background, the due diligence on it, and at least making some recommendations, but the board making the final determination. I just want to make sure that's what we're looking for.
I think that's helpful. As long as it's not overburdening staff to, look at the data to understand the veracity of the requests.
I think we just want to make sure that all the applicants are as they say they are, in terms of whether they are not-for-profits, things like that.
Yeah, there might be. I mean, we have new staff, and we haven't changed our process since it went from applications going directly to DOLA and us having a role in verifying and approving those applications. And so, yeah, I mean, I think staff should, as treat this like it's the first time you're looking at it, which it will be. It won't be the first time Randy, Sean, and I have seen these applications. It's been
Right.
pretty routine, this program.
The requests we've been getting have been fairly straightforward and reasonable each year. It has seemed to me, and the only question is whether we're actually doing due diligence and making sure that the numbers of people who could apply are sufficient. Whether we're really doing justice to what the program means to us and doing as much as we can with it. Especially for Clear Creek County, I think more than any other contiguous county.
That was a question actually I had. Are all the entities that are eligible applying?
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
People who could.
right.
No, I don't even think, like, our human services department is an entity that probably would be eligible if we were asking that question. The way you become eligible is you document impacts.
Yeah.
And so if as we were processing applications and working with people in human services, if we were asking them if they were impacted by gaming, then we would sort of make ourselves eligible. And I think there's a lot of other organizations out there that could be.
Well, maybe in a future process, maybe we can do some PR around that to ensure that there are other folks out there that are at least aware of they might be eligible.
Right. I think part of the deal is that they really look for those direct impacts where you have to show, well, they were at this place. There are indirect secondary impacts that we've never really been able to come to grips with at the state level. And as a contiguous county to two of the three gaming towns, much closer than anybody else and smaller than any of the other contiguous counties, we probably have secondary impacts that are pretty difficult to flesh out, and trying to learn how to do that, and trying to also find, and it may even mean changes in law before it's done, but finding ways to hit those impacts would be good, to be able to address those.
Okay.
To identify and address secondary impacts would be important down the road, but that's a pretty big term paper project.
Yeah, and not to over belabor the conversation, but that's the direction that the LGLI is going in, based on there was a bill that passed that changed the process, and then there was a study that kind of said pretty much what you just said, which is that we have social impacts, right? Like crime and challenges in families and that kind of thing from gaming addiction and just being involved in gaming that we want to address. We're going to put a new criteria into this process. It's weighted very lightly this year, but it's related to innovative approaches that can reduce the impacts, in addition to things like what we've been doing historically, which is reimburse law enforcement. We're trying to emphasize folks that want to come in and stop that person from ending up in law enforcement, right? By addressing a habit or whatever it is. So that's sort of, in a vague sense, where this is heading.
Right. And social services, honestly, gambling addiction is sort of a gateway addiction, if you will, because when people run out of money to gamble with anymore, they usually find some other way to generate the same stuff. So it certainly reinforces other addictions as well, and can replace them for a while and then lead to them also. So anyway, that's pretty well, but trying to measure that in your community is what's so difficult. But anyway.
Are we good with the June 14 date?
Yep.
8:30?
Sure.
Okay, June 14, 8:30 it is. The other item I have is rescheduling our retreat dates. It's looking like May 26 works for Peter, for George, for Randy. Does that date work for you, Sean?
I'm so sorry. That date again, please.
May 26.
All right. Let me look at my
If we could, well, Sean, while you're looking at your calendar.
No, I'm going to be I'm taking a trip to Boston next week, and I get back. I'm going to be gone from Tuesday to Friday.
Okay, then I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board and find new dates. Based on everyone.
Yeah, after the summer conference, like that Monday before then. So I have lots of other time other than that day.
All right, I'll send another email this week.
Oh, after the CCI conference, Sean, that's.
Yeah.
what you're saying? So early June. And then we got to accelerate on the 8th through the
Hmm.
10th, I think.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna be mid to late June at this point. But I'll send some new dates out.
Yeah, it starts to clear up in my calendar by the week of the 13th.
Yeah,
And June 7th, I'm sure will be full.
all right, that's all I had.
Okay. So just a couple minutes before 9 o'clock. Do we have somebody leading the action session at 9 for the Silver Plume Mountain Project?
I would start with Amy and then she can turn to whomever.
Okay. Do you guys want to take a quick break? Or are you okay with pushing forward? I guess I'll take that as a pushing forward. Go ahead, Amy.
Good morning. Yes, this morning we have a question before you around the project for your consideration around support of a proposal that I think you've read about and seen in a couple of different forums. The proposal is for the town of Silver Plume to make a purchase of a large tract of land adjacent to the town. You'll hear about that this morning. The Open Space Commission is supported participating in this purchase with some funds, with some open space funds. I think the first thing we should hear about is just what the benefits of this project are from the town of Silver Plume's perspective. One of the main things that I'll just open with is that this is a large tract of privately owned land that is in the historic district that surrounds the towns of Silver Plume and Georgetown. And it would, with this purchase becoming public, it would make almost all the land, a large portion of the land in the historic district public land, which I think is a desirable outcome of this proposal. So I will hand it over to the team in the town of Silver Plume, Cindy, Sam, and Frank.
Thank you, Amy. And thank you for hearing us. I've got Frank, myself, and Cindy Neely here with me.
You guys have some feedback. So somebody who, I think maybe it's Cindy's computer, needs to be muted.
I am muted on my end.
Is that any better? No.
My
I think
guess
you only
is,
need one speaker too.
yeah, Cindy, you might need to not only be muted on Zoom, but your computer itself. The mute button on the top row of your keyboard.
Turning off your sound.
Is that any better?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you.
So, the Silver Plume Mountain Project is a tract of 200 acres. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cindy, 97 mining claims?
96.
96 mining claims on the north side of Silver Plume, basically the whole mountainside north of Silver Plume. It's been offered to us by the Jack Pine mining company. And we're all very excited about it, hoping to get it put together to preserve the mining history and the watershed for the town. I think it'd be a fantastic acquisition, addition to the town's parks. I'll turn it over now to Cindy and let her give you the details on it. Can you allow her to share her screen?
She has that permission.
Okay, thank you.
And you see this screen?
Nope, Cindy, not yet.
Okay.
Click video on the bar at the bottom on the Zoom.
I'll start video. Okay,
There you are.
all right, but that's not the screen I wish to share.
So when you click on share screen, it'll show you a sample of all the files you have open, and you want to click on which file you want to share and then click the share button.
Okay, can you see this screen now?
No,
We can see you, Cindy, but not your shared screen.
Okay.
Go back to the Zoom.
is this the PowerPoint you guys were trying to get to?
Yes. It is the PowerPoint.
On Zoom. On Zoom.
I can get there, hold on.
And then put share,
Yeah,
and then.
but the PowerPoint isn't there.
Do you have it open, Cindy?
Yes, I do. It's on my desktop. It's in back of your screen.
There you go.
There you
Got it.
There you go. You got it.
Okay. And now I could tell it to do a slideshow.
Yep.
Actually, it doesn't
It's
matter.
it's
You
fine
can
like
see it.
this. Yeah.
Yes, you can see it. So
Yep.
this is our first, what I usually lead with. This is the overview of the landmark district. Georgetown obviously is here. The loop is here. Silver Plum is there. What most people don't realize is that the district runs halfway up the mountainsides. Because we are a district because of our mining heritage, not because of pretty little Victorian houses. And over the district is this great L-shaped thing. You can see the big L there. The town of Silver Plume is this little portion here. The town of Georgetown's this portion here. When the BLM lands transferred in the 80s, the transfer in the landmark district went to the various, can that move? Went to the various jurisdictions under recreation and public purpose patents. So on this map, the orange color is the Colorado Division of Wildlife's lands. The yellow is the town of Georgetown's. The blue is History Colorado. The purple is the south side of Silver Plume, which is already owned by Silver Plume. In the land transfer, it was, these lands were granted with the provision that they be managed cooperatively, which is how you get the Historic District Public Lands Commission. Now you will notice that all sides are pretty well protected. The red is Clear Creek County, and that's the Saxon Mountain Study Area and other mining claims that have been donated to, mainly donated to the Open Space Commission. The dark green is Historic Georgetown, also trying to participate in the protection of the landmark district by the acquisition of mining claims. You notice that the one side that is not protected is right through here. And that's where our Silver Plume Mountain project is. And if you look up close at the project, this is the town of Silver Plume. This is the 730 Mine Trail. And the project, the land purchase is all of this. It comes over and it is in back of the Bull's Head and comes right down through here. So it is all of this land. And yeah, I think that same as said, Silver Plume is pretty excited about doing this. One of the reasons is this map. In 2014, we had a survey of all of the contributing resources to the National Historic Landmark District. The survey of mining resources was done by Eric Twitty of Mountain Historical, who is the one that the Division of Reclamation and Mining Safety sends out to do all of their cultural resource work. And he identified all of these sites, and we're in the same place on the mountain, all of these sites that are contributing elements to our landmark district. They are also mined land. And mined land is best if left benign. The Division of Reclamation Mining Safety has been active on this mountainside, assuring that shafts are graded and adits are closed, and that the dangerous portion of mines are mitigated. But what is most important, and CDPHE made that very clear to the town of Georgetown the other night, is that you try to leave these sites undisturbed. So having them in public hands is the best protection for the watershed. And we've all heard and known of how mining disasters occur. The other aspect of this, which is a fun aspect of this, is that it's also the range of the western herd of the bighorn sheep. So CPW, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, has expressed interest in helping us with this, because this is actually, from their sheep study, this is collar locations or following a few of the ewes around. And this is the town of Silver Plume right here. And the townsfolk would be happy to tell you that this is literally, the sheep herd is in the middle of town at certain seasons of the year. Last time I presented it, there was someone in the audience who said, yes, they would come home and find so many sheep in the yard, they had to get their neighbors to chase this sheep out. And looking up close, because I don't want to take too long in this presentation, this is the land in question is what's in red. Now, if you notice, and if we came up close to this, Silver Plume owns, because of the BLM transfer, all of the little slivers that are between these mining elements, with the exception of this piece here, which is CDOT's, and there is one piece up here that is privately owned, and those folks would be contacted. But with the purchase of this land, this becomes a consistent, a whole consistent area of ownership and protection for the town of Silver Plume. The blue represents 4 claims that were given to Historic Georgetown. Historic Georgetown has no need of them. They accepted them as part of protection to the landmark district, and they are now ready to give them to the town of Silver Plume as a part of this whole program. If you look carefully, you can see where the 730 Mine Road goes up and comes through this land. This also protects the public recreation access. Along the bottom here, the greenway comes through Silver Plume and will be right along the bottom here. So the intent is, with the help of our partners in GOCO, and I'm reaching out to Women in Mining, to do an interpretive site for our greenway users so that they sort of know what's going on the mountains above them. The status of the project at the moment. It is the 200 acres and 95 mine and mill claims. The owner's price is $500,000. A preliminary appraisal indicated that price is reasonable. Matter of fact, for land that is this close to I-70, it's on the low end. The Jack Pine Mining has held these claims since 1949. The family has a long relationship with the town. And it's their desire to have it go to the town. And it is their desire to have a conservation easement placed upon it so that it will in perpetuity remain in the public domain. And this is what the family has essentially chosen. They would sell it otherwise eventually because it's in an estate and they have to liquidate the estate. Additional expenses, especially with an easement, are environmental study and baseline inventory and final appraisal. So we have a total working budget of $600,000. We have raised 100,000, actually it's 100,001 dollars in, well, it's $101,000 in local match. We had raised by through pledges by 5, 10, 22. Mountain Area Land Trust and Clear Creek County Open Space have provided some technical assistance. The fact that I've been nagging them with phone calls. And the Colorado Historical Foundation has submitted a letter of interest in holding the conservation easement, as has Malt. A letter of intent to purchase was signed between the owners and the town on February 28th of 2022. It's just a letter of intent. If we are successful at raising 30%, they will go on to a purchase and sale agreement. And we have estimates for our due diligence. We have identified and we're in contact with potential funders. BOCC, State Historical, the town of Silver Plume, of course, is in it themselves. Open Space, Land Acquisition Fund, that's why we're here today, and private partners. So we presented to the Open Space Commission and we requested that they recommend to you all, to the Board of County Commissioners, that the Land Acquisition Fund, I don't know if I'm giving it the right title, but that the Land Acquisition Fund of the county match match the $100,000. It would bring us to 30%, a little over 30%, and it would make it possible to apply to a couple foundations, and it will make our applications to GOCO and the State Historic Fund very much stronger, and they have indicated that that level of local support would be pretty compelling. So that's where we are. What questions do you have?
Thanks, Cindy. I have a couple questions. My understanding is a conservation easement has significant benefits to the owner of the land, and my expectation would be that Jack Pine would use that to essentially get a significant tax benefit. Is that your understanding also?
No, Jack Pine is saying they do not want to go through the concept. We've discussed that at length, Sean, because there are pluses and minuses. This is an estate. It doesn't essentially need the tax credit at that level, and they are saying they would prefer to do this as a straight deal.
Then if who would be the owner of the land if this transaction goes through as planned?
The town of Silver Plume.
Okay, so I probably don't know as much about this as I should, but I guess I'm a little bit confused as to what the benefit of a conservation easement would be if there's no tax benefit to the seller and if the town has full unfettered ownership of the land and can conserve it in whatever means that they want to. It would seem like that conservation easement would be redundant.
Only if, because the town board could choose at any time then to sell any part of the land that they felt they wanted to sell for whatever purpose they wanted to sell it. I mean, this present town board wants to hold it as public land. But what the conservation easement does is it restricts for future boards. And that's its purpose, quite frankly, Sean. I mean, is to say if we're buying this for public land, it should remain public land. And the way to assure that is to do the conservation easement.
Okay, I guess the other question I have is, I can easily understand the value of having that land developed. On the other hand, I kind of think to myself, they've had it since the 1940s and no development has happened on it. Is it actually developable land, and who is the land being protected against?
Well, I think that the reason that, I mean, Jack Pine has never had the need to develop it. There hasn't been the pressure to develop it. They own considerable lands throughout Clear Creek County. This was acquired, you know, the family grew up here. This sort of was back burner stuff. You know, they certainly have investments in Idaho Springs that were the primary investments of the company. They would periodically take a look at mining. They were always opposed to having any form of residential or commercial development. You know, this is the Watrous family. They were an old mining family.
Yeah, no, I don't. My point is, when I look at this and think about what land is valuable from a development perspective, the sheer side of a mountainside with mining tailings all over it is kind of at the bottom of that list.
Yes, yeah. At some level, it is. There's some fairly significant pieces right along the frontage road. And you know, strangely enough, people and all of these mining claims, of course, have residential building rights. And yeah, people will try to do that. And we're experiencing that in Georgetown actually right now. That's why we've been talking to CDPHE. We have people who bought old mining sites and want to build on them.
This also includes some of the flat ground, doesn't it? As I look at the map that is next to the highway at the west end of Silver Plume, is that correct?
Beyond the west end of the town, yes.
So I guess my last question, I think, is why would you want to lump in land that had potential development possibilities that wasn't historic, such as the flat ground that we were just discussed? Why would you want to prevent that from?
Oh, it's very historic. It's got on it the old granite quarry. It's got on it a small mill. It's got on it the head frames and everything of the smuggler. So from a historic point of view, you absolutely want to do that because that's your real interpretive site.
100% of it's historic that you're describing? That's the potentially developable part?
All the claims are, yes.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I've got it up on a map and I recognize that if you're talking about the area immediately west of Main Street, kind of at the corner of Main and Water Street.
You're looking at this. See where my cursor is?
Yeah.
It's beyond the town of Silver Plume's boundary. It's right beyond it. And you're looking in that, one of those claims is called the granite claim, because it is the old Silver Plume, it's the old granite quarry. And then you have the Henty mill site, which has a small mill on it. And then you go down and you're up on the smuggler. And as you drive by Silver Plume, you know where that head frame is, that large head frame you see on the right-hand side of the road. And this is an excellent, interpretive site. One of the reasons that the History Colorado and the railroad folks are supporting all of this is because it becomes it becomes sort of a connector for them for the landmark district. And the landmark district boundary doesn't show on this map, but it is right approximately here. And the reason it's there is that Brown Gulch, I went back to this one, Brown Gulch, this is the oldest silver mining district in Colorado, and that flatland section that you're talking about is the stuff that runs all along here. And actually a little bit right, not way out there, my cursor's running away. But all through here. And actually, as you head up this 730, there are some really interesting sites through there, which, but I hope that answers the question.
Just kind of staying for a moment along Sean's line of questioning here. And this is a question for anybody that thinks they know the answer. Have any of these parcels that we're talking about in this purchase been evaluated for development potential by town of Silver Plume, by Clear Creek County, have they been identified in any of our housing studies? And I mean, it's good to pause for a moment and just kind of ask that more broad question.
I don't believe, not to my knowledge, but I don't have the knowledge of what the county may have done or not done in planning and what may have been done in housing planning. I would somewhat doubt it, but that's.
The town of Silver Plume hasn't done anything along those lines.
George, if I might, this goes back to our process of how we use our open space lands and when staff gets brought into the process, and we weren't brought in. So we didn't have an opportunity to do any kind of evaluation.
Except they aren't open space lands at this point. They are private property. And this is what the private property owner wants to do with them.
And the conservation easement is a condition of the sale. That's something that we don't have a choice in. That's what the seller wants. That's a requirement of the purchase, is that we put a conservation easement on it.
Yeah, I think George did a really good job of kind of crystallizing my line of thinking, which was there were a lot of stakeholders in this process. There wasn't any stakeholder, to Brian's point, from economic development. And if there's the possibility that land is being conserved, that would have a higher use and wouldn't harm the historic nature of the overall transaction. I would argue as a fiduciary of the county that it's our obligation to do that due diligence and to make sure that we're not making that mistake. It's a mistake I think we made in part with the PALS land. I'm on the record as saying that already. And I think it's also highlights opportunity for improvement and how we deploy the county dollars that come from the open space tax to make sure that they're focused where they have the highest value. And like I said before, and George hinted at, we're not lumping in land that later on we'll be kicking ourselves saying, why did we take that land out of the mix? It has no historic value. It has no conservation value, but it got lumped in with this other big transaction because no one was paying attention.
But it does have historic value, Sean. It has, and this is what the owner wishes to do with it. It is not county land to make that decision. It's in the county.
Cindy, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. It's a private transaction. There's two parties. If the county is going to be putting county money in it, then we are a stakeholder and we have a say in what happens. And if we want to ask about the possibility of development on some of the land, that's a legitimate question that I don't think can be dismissed in the way that you're trying to dismiss it.
Well, I mean, yes, without county participation, it will make it far more difficult to raise the money to do this. I would grant that. So the county does certainly have the ability to make, to either assist this assist this project and feel like it's a good project and feel like it enhances. The landmark district is how the economic driver of this whole portion of the county. And so yes, so, you know, of course you absolutely have the right to not help.
Frank, can you add anything to the historic value of the property in question?
I think, yeah, as Cindy stated earlier, the small portion of flat lands that are along the frontage road are all part of historic mining operations. And some of them have historic mining structures on them. Some are flat ground in front of the gravel quarry. But in reality, when you look at the ground, the flat ground that would be suitable for development is only a couple 100 yards deep if you go at right angles to the frontage road. It's not like there's meadows and everything else in there. It's mine tailings and the operation area from the granite quarry, and it all has historical values, and it's also where the sheep herds can come down off the mountainside to the creek. It's wildlife access to the creek. If we line that portion of the small portion of that frontage road with development, that just creates the same situation that we've done up and down the frontage roads through the whole county. We're having development along the edges of the frontage road, which are cutting off the mountainsides, access to public lands, access to the wildlife to get down off the mountainsides to the creek.
Doesn't the western portion of that include where the town of Brownsville was?
Yes.
Yes, so there's buildings and stuff buried under those tailings.
And there was people killed there that was never recovered, so that's hollow ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I know we're running out of time here. I think the point that I heard that I agree with is I think there's a missing component of our process. If the county is going to be a stakeholder and a financial participant, our role as fiduciaries, as I mentioned, and I don't think it's the sort of thing that would be appropriate for us as a group here to try and anecdotally make a decision over the next 90 seconds or 3 or 5 minutes. I think, like I said, I think it's been highlighted that we have opportunity for process improvement, and I'll probably turn it over to Randy and George here, since this is an action session, in terms of what we do about that for this particular decision, if anything.
Sean, did you see Bob has his hand up?
Been up for about 5-10 minutes.
Oh, sorry about that. No, I did not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bob.
Thanks. Yeah, I just had, the point Sean is bringing up are reminiscent of some of the conversations we had with the Douglas Mountain Powell's property. But I wanted to ask, one thing that came out of that conversation that I recall was whether the property was in the county's master plan. And I haven't read the master plan, but I recall there were 6 or 8 kind of areas within the county that the county had identified as potential commercial development. And I'm just curious if this property here, particularly this section of this parcel, falls into any of that master plan identified property.
Is that a question for Amy?
It's a question for anybody who might know the answer.
I don't know the answer off the top of my head. Thanks so much, Randy.
I didn't know who else it would be. I just
Yeah,
was
no,
trying
it
to think who
yeah.
keeps an eye on that. So,
Yeah.
you know.
And
Well, that's, go ahead.
so from my own perspective, I think that first off, that's a good point. The question here isn't should we carve out this land for development, it is before we rush to judgment in my mind and basically take all of it out of the possibility of any sort of other use forever, should we carve off some of the land and maybe just say for this part of the land, we don't know, we haven't done the work, we haven't done the studies to know whether this should be in the master plan or whether this should be conserved forever. And rather than just conserving it forever and making an irrevocable decision, I would feel more comfortable if there was a way to identify specific plots that needed more study that could potentially become part of the conservation forever in the future if, you know, the stakeholders agree that that's what's in everyone's best interest. Or maybe there's some other use that's compatible with all the other things that have been discussed. I mean, I'm not going to say we should build land on people's graves or block the sheep from getting to water or anything like that. But I don't think that we're talking about, you know, paving over that whole section of earth. It might be a single unit of housing or who knows, right? But it's just something that we haven't done our homework yet, in my opinion.
Well, let me just ask this question though, because now this is the second time this kind of conversation has come up with the land purchase, is how do, and obviously this is not the time for the discussion on it, but how do we get to the point where this analysis and review has been done? So when it comes to the commissioners, we don't have to ask these questions. We can just turn and say, okay, that analysis has been done and here's the conclusion. And the town of Silver Plume sent a letter to the county, I'm guessing it's about a month and a half ago, regarding this purchase. And Open Space went through its criteria that it has for every acquisition and determined that this was a good use of funds for a number of reasons. But the county was put, unlike the Douglas Mountain, which, I think came as a little bit more short notice. I think it's been at least 6 weeks here of notice, if not more. And so I think the county, had some time to react to this and look at it, but, has that criteria been developed to evaluate these things yet? I mean, we had this conversation last summer.
I'd like to respond to that. I think the insinuation that once again, Open Space has surprised us with something and we've only got 5 minutes to make a quick decision with no information is a bit disingenuous. I was thinking the same thing before Bob brought up that last point, was I know it's been several weeks that we've been looking at this, and I'm not sure that anyone on our staff or on the commission has done the due diligence or raised the concern about this in the last 6 weeks. And what I note is that I'm kind of compelled by a map that shows the Georgetown Silver Plume Historic District. That shows the that one area of vulnerability. And then I've looked at the lists of people from History Colorado and others who have expressed what the value of this protection is from an historic standpoint to this particular district, not just to one piece of ground, but to holistically to the whole idea of this historic district and what it means to us both culturally and economically. So I think there's a fairly good compelling argument here, and I don't think we've brought anything to the table except questions that say we don't really know anything about it, and we haven't done anything about it, and we haven't looked at it since it's been brought to us. And so I don't think it's an example of a failed open space process, yet another, as it's been characterized, as much as something that we haven't really looked at that closely, but the evidence I do see is compelling to me. And so I recognize that we could do a study and a housing study. We've been working on that for a few decades. I think that I know what that land looks like because I've looked at it a lot of times and walked around on it. And I don't mean to dismiss the concerns about economic development that Sean brings up and its higher and better use potential. My gut level reaction, of course, which is anecdotal and not as professional as others would come up with, just tells me that this may be a good candidate for historic preservation of a district holistically. And anyway, that's my take on it. And I just want to share that while I had a minute to talk or so.
So thanks, Randy. Bob, back to your point. I 100% acknowledge that there's a good possibility what's missing here is staff involvement having nothing to do with open space. And that's part of the reason why we're having these conversations about how we work together more effectively for a more holistic benefit for the entire community. And I think that open space historically has done a fantastic job of looking very carefully through the lens of land preservation. And I don't think anybody has ever tasked you, I certainly haven't, or thought or had an expectation that you guys would be looking through the lens of economic development or shoring up our tax base and the conditions that we face right now. So I think, Randy, you misinterpreted the point I was attempting to make. It was not pointing a finger at open space in a disparaging way at all.
I heard it from Brian and you personally, but that's just the way I took it, I guess.
Yeah, the point I hoped you would have heard is staff was not involved. And that could be because staff didn't take the opportunity to be involved or didn't think, there's lots of distracting things that are going on right now. But again, I take irrevocable decisions very seriously. And it's unfortunate that we had to have this kind of conversation. And I hope that we learn from it and that we can do better next time.
I'd like to.
Cindy's got something she'd like to say.
Sean, what do we do? What more do we do? We brought it up to staff, to everyone. I had a session with staff that I went through this whole presentation with, and that was 6 weeks ago. I think it's 2 months ago that we started this process. And
Cindy, I wasn't insinuating that you specifically or your team had anything more to do.
yeah, but we have something more to do because we want this to work. And so if we need to do more to help make it work, we're willing to do more to help make it work. But I did a presentation and Amy went through the presentation and the presentation was sent to Brian and Peter. And that's, I don't know, Amy, I don't have a date on when that was, but
It's been several weeks. Yeah.
It's been several weeks ago. And if anybody had even suggested that there was to take it to somebody else to work with other folks in the county, Sean, I would have done it. I would have.
Yeah, again, I appreciate what you're saying and your willingness to go the extra mile. And I'm going to ask Brian to make a comment, but I think this is probably something that's on Clear Creek staff. I think it's probably a role that we need to play that we haven't been playing for a lot of historic reasons. And again, I think that there's a strong possibility if we had gone through this and done all the due diligence, we would have come to the same conclusion that I expect we're probably about to come to here shortly. But again, I'm pointing out what I feel is a process problem with something that's missing, to have just a final check to look through to say, hey, you know what? It's only 2 acres out of the 200, but that piece of land there actually could really benefit Silver Plume and the county and the visitors in another way. And we shouldn't lump that in. And like I said, that I think we don't have a way yet to have that voice in this conversation. And I think to me, it's a lesson that I take away from this conversation. And again, it's not your responsibility personally, Cindy. It's not Open Space's responsibility. I think it's probably the commissioner's responsibility and probably implemented through our staff. But with all that said, I'll turn it over to you, Brian, to see what your comments are.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. I think we as staff need to be more proactive in interjecting ourselves into these processes. I made an error myself in this one with respect to the letter. I did read the letter. I got the impression from reading the letter, it was the side of a mountain and it wasn't.
That's what I thought too.
So this morning is the first I've learned that there was actually maybe potential for development there. I'm not even saying there is that could happen, right? But there could be potential there. So I made a mistake when I read that letter. This is the first I've seen this presentation. I don't remember getting that email, but if I missed it, then I missed it, and that's on me as well. But again, I think from a broader process perspective, we just need to, at the staff level, we need to be more proactive and kind of interjecting ourselves into these purchases to ensure we've done the due diligence. Because in the end, our job as staff is to ensure that 3 commissioners have all the information, as much information as possible to make the best informed decision. And that's that prop piece of the ED piece and that kind of analysis that's been missing. And again, that does fall to us as staff to ensure that happens.
Yeah, I just
And
like to point. Go ahead, Amy.
Well, that this may come down to, I may be the weak link in this chain. And so I want to just acknowledge that because I had a lot of information about this. I heard the presentation from Cindy that we had this scheduled as a meeting that Brian and Peter, I think you had a hard time being able to make that meeting. And I volunteered to attend the meeting and receive the information on behalf of staff for the county, and obviously did not properly convey the information to staff on that behalf. I mean, I think one of the ways that this was sitting in my brain is that this is not a purchase that the county is making. This is an opportunity for us to have a small opportunity to support a purchase that the town of Silver Plume is making. And so it is their autonomy. They're trying to make this purchase, and then the seller also has autonomy in their desire for how they wanted to manage and pass this land. And so because our role wasn't as a purchaser, which is similar to the Douglas Mountain thing, to be perfectly honest here, like we're not the owners, we're not about to buy it. It's not public land to begin with. The process, and when I look at how I might approach the task of trying to evaluate private land for housing development, I think that gets to be challenging. How do we do that? How would we begin that process? How do we start to inject ourselves as the government into private land for development? I just don't quite get my brain around, as the staff person who might have to start to enact that project, how that would work. So in my mind, this is a process, a sale that was between a municipality, a town in our county, and a private landowner. And it was going to create a majority of public land in a historic land district in our county. That is a long established historic land district. Whether or not you agree with the boundaries of that district or not, is immaterial. It's also a piece of land that is covered with mine tailings that are hazardous to build on and disturb. And it's covered with historic sites. So, to me, the question of whether or not we want to contribute a sixth share to that purchase that would untap additional monies to make this thing that one of our towns really wants to make happen is the question. And is a different question than whether or not the land is developable. And so that's how it was sitting in my brain, and that's how I proceeded with the way the question moved through the channels here. And that may have been a mistake and may not have properly brought all the right questions to the table here, but that is that's my confession today. And that is how I saw it. And that's really where I think the question is.
Yeah, and I think I appreciate those heartfelt kind of confessions. I don't think that's really what we're looking for. I think what maybe comes out of this is a work session at the county level where we talk about how we approach these things so that we don't ever have to have a conversation like this again, which I view this as a very healthy conversation. But you're right, the decision for the county is, do we approve giving the 100,000 or not? And I think it's totally legitimate for us to ask these questions, and it's totally legitimate for us to express preferences that would be associated with us giving $100,000 of the taxpayers' money. I think that's probably all I have to say. And I would say time-wise, Randy, George, why don't you guys make a final comment, and then we can take action on this.
Okay. So I was able to pull up the master plan. Bob Judge, that's a brilliant suggestion. I should have been looking at that when I was prepping for this meeting. And if I may, can I do a screen share?
I think you have to cancel your
Okay.
share.
Okay, I have to stop share. There you go.
Okay, so our master plan has future land use maps. And they did a bunch of work and it was very inclusive. I thought this master plan was a great process. You can see here that these areas that we were talking about over here are in that green sort of public land, open space, probably because of the historic values that we've mentioned. We also know, we actually just heard from the EPA, and we know more and more every day why it's a bad idea to try to develop on old mine tailings. However, up here we have this little purple square. That is set aside, if I'm just going to scroll us over to the key here, multiple use 2. That's what I wanted to show you, and I'll give your screens back so that we can look at, if we look at all the parcels that are being looked at to be purchased,
That's not in it.
there's only one that could possibly be in it. And actually, I've got it up, so I'll just share it again for posterity here. There's only one. Is this red parcel, is this part of the proposed purchase?
What?
This sort of vertical looking red parcel. Are you looking at
Yeah, okay. Everything that's in red, because it's all under that ownership.
Okay.
And that red parcel is very, very skinny.
Mhm.
I believe it's running straight up the hill too, 150 feet.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It
Steep
is.
hill right there.
Yeah, and so I'm just going to click over to Clear Maps, and you can kind of see in the general vicinity of where that land use map showed, there is some kind of, it's not as steep area, I
That's inside
assume.
Yeah, that's inside the town though. That's further down.
Yes, you're actually out here.
It's up here is where you're talking. You can you should be able to see on Clear Map that mining claim.
It's the cross.
Yeah, good call. It's that
There
one.
it is.
So that's the mining claim that we're talking about, owned by Jack Pine. So somewhere in this, on this hillside, our future land use map identified, I don't know if this parcel would get in the way of that or not, or what's going on with the other
George,
parcel.
I think it's the cross was the purple one. The cross MS.
That's not part of the purchase.
No,
Oh, I mean, I don't know that the purple one was a particular parcel or what it
it
was.
just matches the shape, so it looks like that was the specific.
Yeah, maybe it was over here.
Yeah, the one you were looking at, the one piece that came down that was red, I believe was, well, I'm not sure if it was this cross right here. If it was another one. If you scrolled up, you might see it.
The piece, wow, I just scrolled way out. The piece that we identified, that red parcel, is this highlighted one, owned by Jack Pine Mining Company. So my question for the moment is, it looks like there's one parcel that could possibly be part of something that could has been identified as having some development potential. Obviously, this is not a conversation that we're going to resolve today as far as whether we should develop right there. I would be interested to hear if the owners of this parcel, if we can, and by the way, I intend to approve this request, or take 1/3 part in approving this request. And I haven't had the time to say it yet, but I appreciate it, and I think it's very appropriate. If there's a way that we can insert into this process a quick look at whether that single parcel interferes at all with however that area is identified, I would appreciate that. And maybe there's a way that we can find some other county money or some other money to just have a piece of that parcel, if necessary, pulled out of this larger deal, is kind of what I'm thinking right now. And Cindy, I see you had your hand up, and Sean, I'm trying to do your job. Sorry.
Yeah, Sean, we're destroying your time schedule. George, I would say that one mining claim that goes straight up the mountain is probably 50 feet wide and is going straight up the mountain. I think that Amy is correct that the purple thing is actually the Cross Mill site, and it is off to the right there, and it is not part of the Jack Pine, but I would be happy to actually identify what all of that is at some point along the line. I would say that it would be an interesting task to put multifamily on top of Silver Plum with the water and sewer requirements of multifamily, but that's a whole different subject and we're not going to go there. But I would be happy to get the identification. I don't believe it's that straight thing because Randy is correct. That one runs straight up the mountain. That's sort of an outlier to the project, but it's Jack Pines and it's an all or nothing deal.
Yeah, thanks, Cindy. Randy, any final comments before we vote?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure from looking at that map, knowing the area and seeing the boundary of the town when the maps were flashing by, so I was just pulling clear map back up myself. But I'm pretty sure that stretch at the bottom of that mining claim is still very steep. It's very narrow, and I'm doubting it's developable. And I'm saying that I'm just saying that from the standpoint of someone who spent a lot of time both surveying and building things. And looking, and my gut reaction to that, knowing the layout of the town of Silver Plume, driving along and looking up the mountain from within the town of Silver Plume, is that you're probably looking at an extremely steep slope on a piece of very narrow land that ends well above the town boundary on that steep slope. And I'd put some money on that if we were betting. And so I'm also in favor of approving this request today. And of course, I do think that for Sean to ask those questions is completely legitimate to ask them. I think the evidence we see in front of us, reading a map and seeing the endorsement of all the historical authorities in the area, and thinking about all those other factors like the developability of mining lands, et cetera, I think this is a very reasonable request. And I'm not even sure our staff failed in the assumptions that Amy talked about as she was making her confession a minute ago. I think they managed to use their common sense looking at it as well, and acknowledge what they could see pretty plainly in the presentation. So anyway, that's my final comment, and I'm ready to make a motion to approve or whatever at any time.
I have one more thing to say, which is just that I agree. We have to ask these questions, and as far as just a quick comment on the process piece, I think really what we have going on in Clear Creek County is an open space commission and a preservation ethic that has a lot of momentum, that has a lot of expertise in doing its work, and we don't have that on the within the county. I'm not trying to refer to our economic development corporation, but within the county, we don't have that function related to economic development. And so this is a systems issue from my perspective, and not a failure of anybody on this screen, or that somebody should have worked harder or done something smarter. So that's just my take on this that I wanted to take a moment to express, because we do have to ask hard questions about where is appropriate to put housing and commercial development, because we have a serious problem related to revenues and related to people's ability to after they get off work, have a home to go to. So.
Right.
Well said, George. And if I might, Brian and Amy, maybe we can do a little bit of follow-up just to see about systems improvements to George's point. And with that said, can I get a motion?
Sure. I'm scrolling down right now. I've got to go through probably 50 pages of, I move that we approve Resolution R22-31, a resolution approving the use of open space trust funds acquisition for the town of Silver Plume purchase of 95 mining claims, including the Silver Plume Mountain Project.
Sorry, second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Cindy, Mayor Sam, Frank, Bob, thank you so much for all of your work. And thank you for your patience as we go through the work for the public that we need to go through. And our intention is to get better at this and to make this better. So thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our intention is to help.
Perfect. So we're on to the consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that needs to be removed or that anyone would like to discuss individually?
I have a quick question on number.
We need to remove number 8 from the consent agenda completely. And just as a heads up, it'll come back on the 7th with just the I'm forgetting what's the second item is. We're gonna remove the broadband item from that agenda item, but we'll bring that back on the 7th. So number 8's coming up.
Okay. George, did you want to discuss one?
Yeah, I have a quick question about number 9 that I could just ask now, or
Go ahead.
I see that we both have on the ARPA ideas list broadband investments, and we have in our capital budget that we approved broadband investments. And I'm just curious which bucket staff intended to pay for the match on this grant out of.
The guy on vacation is confusing his items. We still need to remove number 8, but I think we can remove number 9 as well altogether, because we'll use the capital money for that match.
I think that probably makes sense if it's not super time critical. That way we could give it the appropriate treatment and determine whether it belongs on the consent agenda or whether it belongs in a quick discussion.
Beth, do you need board action?
That's what I thought that's what you were implying, Brian, was that you weren't sure it even needed a board action to do this because we'd already budgeted for it and it falls in the.
We just need board action to approve actually submitting the grant application. So that's the part they asked for.
Okay.
So we're not committing any funds. We're just basically approving you to send that request off.
Correct. And we would take it off the ARPA, off that ARPA list.
Okay, that was my question, was so you'll fund it out of the capital fund. Thank you. I'm good. That's all. The only question I have.
George or Randy, anything from you?
No.
Okay, so the consent agenda, item 1, consideration approval of warrant register. Number 2, consideration of approval of March 9th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number 3, consideration approval of March 8th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number 4, consideration approval of March 17th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number 5, consideration approval of March 15th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number 6, consideration approval of April 19th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number 7, consider approval of April 5th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number 9, consider approval of Colorado broadband grant application for engineering design of a fiber loop around Georgetown. Do I have a motion?
Move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. The same sign. Consent agenda passes. We're on to work session to discuss 4P meeting and CDOT 10-year plan. Amy, sorry you arrived here 12 minutes late. It looks like we'll have a chance to catch up here.
Yep, sounds good. Very good. Thank you. Yeah, so today I wanted to just go over the draft of the slide deck that I prepared to share with CDOT during our June 7th agenda for their 4P presentation. And 4P is their process that it's a planning process. They do it like, I think it's every 4 years. And it is a process that dovetails with their 10-year plan. And they will come and join us for a presentation. They will present to us, they will hear from us, and then they will, some of the things they'll present about is some of the DRCOG work that they're doing, the status of their 10-year plan. The new regional director, Jessica Mickelbust, and some senior staff from Region 1 will be here. Some DRCOG staff will join on June 7th. And they are visiting with all the counties in Region 1. And I think will be the last of the 7 counties that they visit with. What we have been advised to do and what we have done is meet with the various entities in our county to collectively arrive at some priorities for us that are aimed to be like, they wouldn't really tell me like exactly what to do. You know, they didn't give me clear, they didn't give us clear instructions like the project should be like this, or this should be what you include on your list, because I think they want it to be a little bit more open-ended and a little bit more of an iterative process. The way they describe this process is they want it to be, it's an opportunity for us to speak to the leadership of CDOT Region 1 and make sure they understand what's important to us. I think, Clear Creek County does have a very well-established platform with CDOT. I think they have a good understanding of what's important to us. And so what I tried to do with this process was focus on things that we don't have other platforms to talk with them about. Things that are not going to be things that come up in the various CSS processes and the various projects that we do have opportunities to talk to them about. So the process that we went through to develop this was working with the transportation team. We worked with the leadership team of division directors here at the county. We met with Idaho Springs and Empire, Brian and I did. I met with the school district. I heard from the town of Georgetown in writing, and I have not yet had a chance to meet with Silver Plume. That generated a list of concerns and projects and topics that people just brainstormed as they discussed as we talked about what issues would be important to them regarding that they would want CDOT to hear about from us. And so from that, I pulled this deck together, and so I wanted to go over it with you and get your feedback on this deck that we would present to CDOT, add to it, expand on it, and continue to hone it so that by the time we get to the June 7th presentation, we have something that reflects as broad a perspective as we can. Any questions or other things to add, anybody?
I would only add that this has been run by our transportation team a couple of times, and then Amy let us, and we kind of gave it the once over, and then Amy ran it back out to the municipalities and other stakeholders just to see if anybody else had anything else. And it sounds like we'll continue to even do that as we move to the date. And so we've got a little time to look at it, and the transportation team, I think, does too, at least via email, to take a look if we see anything there. But we've probably already had a chance to see it. And as Amy stated very well, we're, the things we care about the most in the county, the big picture items, are things that CDOT's, we're well documented with CDOT already. Yeah. And so this is our opportunity to adjust a little with some of the and make sure that we get all the smaller ticket items and nuance in there that we need to, and take a fresh look.
Yeah. And the one other thing that I wanted to make sure was understood is that the way I understand this process is the way the 4P process and the 10-year plan are connected, is that the 4P process will help CDOT identify what elements of the 10-year plan get into the first 4 years and are kind of prioritized. But they also wanted me to understand that there's not any new money that they're trying to divvy up, right? So this isn't it isn't like there's that if we really present our stuff really well, it'll get over the line or something. I think this is really trying to convey what's important to us and to help brainstorm what sorts of if this opens up any ideas for CDOT to how we could partner to find grants or other money, what innovations might be able to be identified through our priorities. So what I'm going to do is share this deck and walk through some of the things that I'm planning on, what I would think about. You're going to get like sort of a little mini dress rehearsal with little notes. That's what I'm kind of thinking. So I'm going to share screen. Okay. So I'm going to start with this. Let me see here. Oh. So I wanted to first start just by reminding CDOT a little bit about the basic environment that transportation happens here in Clear Creek County. Randy coined this term, the waste of the hourglass, and it really is an incredibly accurate way to describe what happens here in Clear Creek County. We are squeezing 100 million people, basically. You know, there's 3 million residents in the Denver metro area. 92% of those people engage in outdoor activity. There's 87 million people that are traveling to Denver to visit and on an annual basis. We know that the outdoor industry is a $37 billion industry. I got these figures from the OEdit website this year. It's 511,000 jobs, $21 billion in wages, and $9 billion in tax revenue. And all of these people are squeezing through our county. And all the transportation impacts that our community endures is facilitating and allowing this economic condition to thrive and happen for the whole state of Colorado. I wanted to share some of these figures as well. These data points were collected and presented in the EPA grant that we submitted for our air quality monitors. And all of these things exacerbate a lot of the transportation impacts that our community experiences. That 45% of the homes in Idaho Springs, DLD, and Georgetown are within 600 feet of the interstate. And we know that homes that are in that proximity to an interstate have more dire transportation impacts than other homes. We know that with older homes, those have less protection against airborne contaminants. We have older residents. We have more people who are living in poverty. And the data shows that we have higher rates of asthma than our neighbors. We also have lots of accomplishments. We have the health clinic. We submitted that grant. We did have good COVID responses due to good collaborative work that our community has been able to successfully achieve. We passed that ballot measure. We've made good work, good headway on housing and recreation. The work that the Tourism Bureau is doing is also things that are heading us in the right direction. So some of the priorities that we are wanting to focus on are a sustainability project around the mobility hub that Idaho Springs has conceived. And I guess I'm going to just switch to the project. So the sustainability hub that Idaho Springs has conceived is a project that still needs somewhere between $2 and $6 million. And this is a project that would include additional parking and would be a hub for transit. It would allow things like Pegasus to have a stop. It would have electric charging stations, and would help to concentrate and help the tourism have sort of a hub, so that the community and tourism could exist more peacefully and allow that benefit to grow in our community, economic benefit, without the tension being as pronounced. At least that's the hope. A part of that mobility hub is this concept of a pedestrian overpass in the vicinity of the 240 exit. And this concept really could help build community connection. The interstate in Clear Creek County, being in such a narrow valley, it really bisects our community and has carved it in half in so many places. To be able to develop a pedestrian overpass that would connect Idaho Springs on the north side with the community hub that is really being envisioned and built through that ballot measure at building 103, where elementary school and a child care center and a cultural center and a skate park are all being conceived at this basically like a campus. Plus the greenway would all be connected by a pedestrian overpass. And the more ways people can walk and connect to both sides of the highway, the more robust our community can be. We have an opportunity to really expand recreation and strengthen it at Bakerville. The Bakerville Loveland Trail has serious surface condition problems. And we actually had a fatality last fall on the Bakerville Trail that, while we don't know for sure what happened, we suspect that a surface fracture was a condition that contributed to it. And the trailhead, the parking lot at the Bakerville interchange is an area where there's a real opportunity to look at a potential partnership between the Forest Service and CDOT to consider a rest area or something there that could make a big difference in dealing with issues of human waste and a visitor center, and something that could be really important there. That relates to an overall topic that almost everyone in our community brought up when we talked to them about what was important about that they wanted CDOT to hear about. And that is just this umbrella topic about the condition of the edges of the highway in Clear Creek County. We have fire risk from dead trees that are happening just by the presence of the highway, by aerosolized snow removal materials. We have excessive garbage accumulating and blowing up and down the valley. We have burned out semis that sometimes sit on the shoulders for weeks with no place to tow them. And we really, it's distasteful to talk about, but we have an excessive problem with human waste, with the extreme congestion in this corridor. It's a fragile alpine ecosystem, and we really need help with this. And if there's a way we can come together and work on some solutions to improve the condition of the edges overall in all of these ways, it would be this is the place to do it. Another important topic is the issue of resilience. We've been, one of the things that has been sort of a fruit of the Floyd Hill Mother Project tree is realizing that there's an opportunity to work together to improve some of the egress concerns of the Floyd Hill neighborhood that are exacerbated by the highway design. And some of the opportunities are to consider a joint project to expand and improve emergency egress opportunities, like perhaps improving the road connection between Floyd Hill and CR 65 across the high school property, considering adding 1 to 2 emergency only access points to I-70. We realize this would require, a specific emergency action plan and perhaps a joint grant to find the funding to make this happen. And finally, one of the not specific project topics, but is a more of a concept that we want to be considered, is talking about opportunities to build resources for transportation impact mitigation, and specifically to be willing and able to use toll revenue for something other than financing the projects in the mountain corridor. Toll revenue is available, but if we today decide to commit 100% of toll revenue to financing projects and not take the opportunity to structure fees or design systems to better connect to better connect and build start designing mental models for people that connects the cost of driving to mitigating transportation impacts. If we miss the opportunity to do that here in this corridor, where you can so clearly see the cost of driving and so clearly see the needs and opportunities for mitigating transportation impacts, I think we're missing an opportunity. So we want to encourage finding mechanisms for reserving and identifying sections of toll revenue for use for transportation mitigation impact projects, like funding air quality monitoring projects, project support systems. Like our air quality monitoring grant will only get funding for maintenance of those monitors for 3 years. What about after? Or for edge maintenance, or for helping to offset some of the costs that Clear Creek County experiences and cannot recover due to proximity to this highway. And then we have several additional priorities that all of which could have their own slide, but and that I'm not going to go over in too much detail right now, but we have a lot of these are really specific projects that could benefit from with small changes, like these are some of the things that came out of the conversations with the towns, like Chief Stein suggested making an adjustment to the location of the road closure gate on Highway 40 that could improve the way trucks stack up and the ways that it relates to geography. There are little tiny things like, trying to make sure we can just move the white line at the Georgetown westbound off-ramp stop sign. Big picture relationship things like continuing and strengthening the CDOT support of the Georgetown Visitor Center. We want to make sure to emphasize that that's important. The safety solutions that we want to emphasize that the westbound Empire off-ramp, that braided frontage road relationship there. We want to continue to find ways to talk about the impacts that noise has on our community. All of these are additional topics that we would want to explain, convey, talk about at this presentation. And that's all I have in this presentation. So I want to answer any questions or get any feedback you have on this.
I guess I'll start. As far as feedback, I mean, it's a good presentation. I like the way that you have organized it. I particularly like the discussion about the toll revenues. That's going to be a really important conversation. I do have a couple of things. I have a general question, which is, was there anything that was raised that didn't make it into the priority list? And then I have a handful of things that I'm specifically curious about. Should I jump into them now? Should I defer to you, Sean and Randy?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so first off, the Greenway. How does continued work on the Greenway fit into this? Would that be part of the CDOT 10-year plan, or are there different funding sources?
So the Greenway is not, that I know of, mentioned in the 10-year plan. The Greenway is being addressed as part of, as you know, the Floyd Hill project and was part of the westbound project. And so, and the Bakerville Loveland Trail, I did mention it in this presentation, is part of the Greenway as well. It was not a topic that was raised in any of the conversations I had with any of the other entities. And at this point, my thinking on it is that it's because I am planning on having a review of the Greenway master plan be part of the ROMP process. That at this point, I don't see any elements, any specific projects of the Greenway that I think are at the point that we would include in this list right now. I feel like what we would, the next step right now would be to, well, I mean, I think, so yeah, I don't think that there's anything right now that is quite fully baked enough that we would say this project is ready for more funding right now.
Okay, that makes sense to me. And the Bakerville, with the exception of the Bakerville project.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I know it's kind of related to the Greenway, but kind of a bigger topic, which is DLD. I know we've talked about the DLD area related to the Greenway. We've talked about a more general need for pedestrian improvements, pedestrian bridges, and I think some concepts were floated. I think maybe the answer to your previous question or to my previous question is the same you'll give now, which is none of that is really ready to start talking about CDOT with. Is that?
Yep. I would definitely give the same answer there. We are planning on submitting a letter of intent to the to Henderson for a sub area plan this month to answer those questions for DLD. And in advance of that, I wouldn't put anything on the list.
Right. Okay. And so what you have on this list is projects that have been identified that have momentum.
Yeah.
And I just have two more. One of them, and this comes up a lot in the context of Highway 103, which is speeding on state highways. Is this an appropriate place to add to that list? Maybe it goes into talking about lane revenues, or you can probably figure out where it goes best, but pretty big issue. I doubt Highway 103 is the only one.
Yeah, no, I thank you. I do think that would be a good thing to add to the other priorities. I would probably frame it as, in a fairly actionable thing, like, adding better speed management signage kind of thing to state highways where speeding is a problem, like lighted signs saying, your speed is, or something to the places where speeding is of concern. And so that we're not just being like, by the way, people speed, so that we were saying something that we were asking specifically for, because I think that is what they're looking for with this, like what's some low-hanging fruit that is pretty easy to deliver, and just that, yeah. So, yeah.
Thank you. And then the last one, and this one just popped into my head when you were presenting EV charging infrastructure. I know we've made some real progress there. It's probably, the state's probably already aware that our little community of 10,000 is not going to finance the kind of charging infrastructure we'll need to accomplish our goals as a state along I-70.
Right.
Yeah, I know that they are now required to add at least 5%, between 5 and 10%, depending on how much public money they are hoping to get, is how I think it works, that they are required to have at least 5% EV charging stations in any parking lot that the state builds. So I think there's only going to be more and more EV charging.
Okay, thank you. And those were the things. And then the general question is just, is there anything else kind of like that was raised that didn't make it into your list?
There was a couple things, like a couple people, somebody asked about like topics around environmental justice and housing. So that did not go on the list. And, just mostly, I think I was trying to be a little bit, keep the number of topics to things that people could hold in their brains, and try to keep it to things that seemed sort of in our 5-year window, 4 to 5 year window of action. And so, and try to think about things that like seemed like they were mostly in the realm of CDOT and Clear Creek County, and didn't require participation from lots of other or any other partners. Other things that came up were otherwise, I think I got most of them. There was a lot of consistency in what people were talking about, and a lot of things, but that edges topic sort of umbrellaed a lot of things that were connected. And as I think I said at the beginning too, just that idea of trying to, and there were also some things that like people talked about that were connected to specific projects, like either the topics around snow removal materials that we will be in, like the environmental impacts that I know we will be discussing in the Bakerville project itself, and that in those environmental studies, and other topics that were connected to the Floyd Hill project specifically. So
Okay, thank you. Otherwise, good plan, good presentation. Thank you. That's all from me.
Sean.
Randy?
Yeah, with regard to a couple of things, I've been through this a little bit already. In seeing the lists that were the things that popped up that didn't make it, some of them were, they're kind of secondarily addressed, you know, for people made comments about things like trucks catching on fire. And it's, you know, it's sort of like, in that case, it's a very well, it's a perfect thing to say because it's an issue around here. That said, it's sort of like saying it's going to rain on some days too. Sometimes it's going to happen. And so it is addressed, at least in a reactive mode, and saying that we need to, one of the issues we're seeing with that, of course, there are preventive things that could be done, truck ramps and things like that, but that we have seen a kind of a chronic problem with trucks left on the side of the highway or on one of our frontage roads or something for days or weeks at a time, sometimes the better part of a season in a couple of cases before they were removed. And I think trying to work with CDOT on the maintenance side to be able to deal with that is important. With regard to the tolling revenues to be able to be brought back into the community, the one that probably may carry the most promise is to receive emergency services funding in a direct sense to the county, might be to the emergency services funding coming from the enforcement news in the toll lane. The other money from the discussions I've had with CDOT and other folks in the quarter and really on a statewide basis is that it would be managed lanes at large throughout the state that would create a general fund for the purpose of mitigating environmental impacts. And one of the first places they're looking at using that to mitigate environmental impacts, if they do that holistic view of the entire state managed lane system and taking a percentage out of that, would be to apply it towards transit, to increase the transit fund to reduce emissions and that's the most likely scenario, because right now in the tolling model, they're looking primarily at, you know, debt services. Amy's pointed out in her presentation on the construction project, and we're looking for a percentage of that to come. But I know Director Liu is of the opinion that, you know, we've got to kind of pay off debt service first, but there may be some places that we can change the entire structure of the way we use I'll call it the general lane managed fund, or the managed lane general fund, you know, or something like that, as opposed to saying some of the tolls from this project, because it's in this county, will be paid to that county to use to do with at their discretion. That's a little tougher scenario to get out of the managed lane structure. But I think but I think what that means is it probably means changes in everything from state and federal laws to how they set up the rules for managed lanes. And so it may be that becomes a high level area where we're trying to actually change those rules at the state level to be able to make those kinds of discretionary allocations like Amy's suggesting. And with regard to the little projects that make it, some of those are ready for primetime projects, and some of them are safety issues we've seen for some time that don't really have a solution yet, but which we've asked about for a couple of decades. Like an example is the Empire, for me, you know, seeing it as the Empire braiding. I like the way you put that, the way they braid the roads through there with that stop sign, you know. And so you have a stop sign and a turn coming on a frontage road coming across an interstate exit where some people are bombing up that ramp at 70 to 80 miles an hour, and they don't even realize there's a stop sign and a crossroad coming over the ramp up there. So and on the one hand, I don't recall there ever having been any type of catastrophic accident there, but every time I look at it, I think, you know, if you're local and you're coming off that ramp, you know, you've got your foot on the brake and you're watching and slowing down real carefully, and a lot of people don't. That's all I got. And other than nice job.
Yeah. I don't have any questions. I think that was very self-explanatory, and I think George and Randy called out some of the details. So yeah, I look forward to hearing about how the meeting goes.
Great. You'll be at on the June 7th meeting?
Yeah, that's a BOCC day, right?
Yeah, this will be on the June 7th agenda.
Yeah, I think we're leaving on the lobbying trip the following day.
Yeah.
DC.
Yeah. The two other little pieces of information I would share is one is that just as a quick example, I have a couple weeks, last week, I guess, 2 weeks ago, I did a tour with Jessica Mickelbus. She came up here and spent half a day in Clear Creek County and we did a tour of the county, and I chatted with her about some of these items, previewed a few of these things with her, and we talked about the issue of edges, for example. And she identified a freight grant that is money that CDOT has available, and is already working with me and a couple folks from CDOT on how we could potentially coordinate on getting some vault toilets added at the chain stations. So the chain stations are places where there's a ton of issues with human waste, and finding funding, getting together the numbers on how much it costs to install them, what are the maintenance costs, and how many freight grant dollars might be available to support that project was an outcome of this as a priority issue for Clear Creek County. And I think that's the type of action that can be an outcome to some of these projects if they hit the right ears at the right time and can be matched with money. And so that was one thing. And then the other is I just wanted to also make sure that everyone here, I know Randy knows this, but that recently the enforcement, the opportunity to levy enforcement penalties for vehicles in our lane, in the peak period lane, is a law that passed at the state. But the enforcement fines are only for toll lane usage violations, not for moving violations, not for speeding or state law violations, only for violations of the rules of the lane, like if they enter the lane with a trailer or a vehicle that's not permitted in the lane, or weave in and out and cross the yellow line. And so that Randy had pointed out the opportunity to potentially say, hey, maybe Clear Creek County could seek a little bit of relief for some of our unrecoverable costs for response from specifically the enforcement penalty revenue. I wanted to also let you know that I am planning on making public comment at tomorrow morning's CTIO board meeting. CTIO is the new name for HPTE, which is the
Colorado Transportation Investment Office.
Yeah. Yeah, good job. And I'm going to make some public comment regarding the potential for enforcement related revenue from the toll lanes to potentially offer relief to Clear Creek County's emergency, unrecoverable emergency response issues, and also make a public comment just in general about the opportunity for toll revenue to make sure we carve a little bit off for transportation impact mitigation. I have previewed my comments with Margaret Bowes, the chair of the CTIO board, Nick Farber, the executive director of CTIO, and I did have a chance to speak with Shoshana Liu about my public comments as well. And they all are wholeheartedly in support of this concept. So we'll see, maybe we will be able to get a little bit of money, whether it comes directly to Clear Creek County or at least is available for something other than just financing the projects.
Okay. Well, thanks again. This has been a work session, informative. The board's not going to be taking any action on this. So thanks again, Amy.
Yep.
Pete and Brian, we only have 10 minutes before our next item. Is there enough time to chip away at any of the executive session? I'm guessing not. Okay, so we will stand adjourned for 9 minutes. I'll see everybody shortly. All right, it's 10:45. I'm sure Randy will be joining us momentarily. We've historically been having discussions all along about short-term rentals, and a little bit of context. The last action the board took was to state, mostly at the Planning Commission's recommendations, a cap on non-owner occupied at 4.5% of our overall housing stock. And we indicated during that decision that we would put hitting that cap as a trigger for continuing the conversation. And we hit the cap, I think, last month, or maybe it was 2 months ago. So we are here to bring this conversation back up. And I don't believe this is an action session. So I think this is just a continuation of the conversation. And Fred, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, good. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, everybody, for your time. Let's see. Yes, this is a working session. This is not an action item. It's a working session to discuss short-term rental regulations and a couple topics, or a few topics that we brought before you today. So let me move my presentation here. So initially, for at least for the purpose of today's meeting, staff is seeking County Commissioner direction and general thoughts on the recommendations and on the topics that we have for you in the memo that should be in your packet, especially those that require future action regarding a potential short-term rental permit fee increase, and we're also talking about potential expansion of FTEs, total full-time employees in planning and building services.
One of them came down. Could they go with you on Sunday or Monday?
Okay. So the purpose of this working session, we have four kind of mini topics to discuss. Number one, we want to provide a quick status update of short-term rental program, including its budgeted and projected revenue. We want to advise the board on future regulation action, as well as timing of that action. And number three, we want to discuss current and potential increased fee schedule, as well as for evaluating and proposing FTE changes that would provide more support for the program and how it can be funded. So very quickly, I'll give you a quick analysis. Yes, as we all understood it, this has been a change to what's in the memos. We all understood it. We thought that all 160 non-primary resident short-term rental permits have been issued. Within that 160, there are 5 of them that are pending resolution of minor building permit issues, but those should be completed very shortly. And let me get into that. Let me work through my memo real quickly. As you know, the commissioners revised the regulations and placed a limit 4.5% of the total number of residential units in unincorporated Clear Creek County on the total number of permits that could be issued to non-primary residents. And so for 2022, that limit is 160 permits. Each year, we're going to reevaluate and make sure that we know what the total number of residential units there are in the county. And so that number will potentially shift, will most likely shift up as we get more residential units online on an annual basis. And we're going to do that evaluation in December of each year in anticipation for the subsequent year.
Fred, can I ask you a quick question about that? Are you counting only the unincorporated units, or are you counting units within the municipalities?
Just unincorporated units.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Let's see. So there is no limit on the number of primary resident permits that can be issued. In addition to another permit, another perk that we have for primary resident short-term rental owners is that you can apply for a 2-year permit. In other words, your permit and your fee is good for 2 years instead of 1 year. But currently we have about 15, actually we have 14 primary resident permits that have been 2022 year. So let me pull up a map. And I can show you the distribution. Can everybody see this? So this is the short-term rentals that are currently in unincorporated Clear Creek County. And you can see the distribution of those that are what we call absentee short-term rentals in the orangish yellow color, and those that are operated by primary residents in the purplish in the purplish color, depending on what your screen looks like. What you'll see here also is that absentee STRs are at 141. Let me get into this a little bit. When we prepared this map, we realized that there were some duplicate entries that we received from MuniRevs, unbeknownst to us. And so actually today we are not at the cap of 160. We have only issued 141 short-term non-primary resident short-term rental permits. This caught us a little bit by surprise. We didn't realize that there were duplicate entries, but we have, in the short term, we've been able to resolve this and get an accurate count and continue that count for this coming year. In the long term, we are working with lodging revs to resolve this duplicate problem. We don't exactly know what the issue is, but we are in contact with lodging revs at this time to understand what the issue is and resolve it. So this doesn't happen again, because when you have a cap, we have to have an accurate count of the number of permits that have been issued. So right now we are standing at 141 non-primary resident permits, which means we have 19 more that we can issue before we hit the cap for the 2022 season. Also with that, as I said, primary residence permits, we are at 14 instead of the 15. I think that was because there was one duplicate that we found on that one. As I said, we're resolving that, and we've gotten rid of the duplicates for this year.
I have a quick question, Fred. Starting at the resident STRs of 14, just based on my anecdotal knowledge of people who I know who live in the county who are doing that as a way to make a little bit of extra income. I wouldn't be surprised if there are maybe even a significant number of unlicensed operators who are residents. Do we have a way of quantifying that possible issue? And what are your comments about that?
Yeah, so it can be a little bit difficult to know or to find out what is out there. The way we do that is through lodging revs. Lodging revs is our third party vendor who actually scans the web for advertisements.
Right.
So that's how we find out. And so if we're able to find them advertising, then we can then we have a count. If and I'm not exactly sure of lodging revs how they scan the web or what they look at. I know they look at multiple websites on a monthly basis for us.
Yes. What's their number? What's their number of people who are the total number? And then is there a way that they can tell who owns the whether the person lives there or not? It seems like kind of a tough issue to crack, maybe.
Yeah, if they find if they find an advertisement online, they essentially they have an algorithm, or they have a way to they essentially triangulate that advertisement to a specific property, and they let us know what that specific property is. County staff, and then county staff investigates, and we're able to, then once we have an address, we send a letter and say, hey, we see you have a short-term it looks like you have a short-term rental, you need to get a permit, please contact us and let us know what's going on, and then what we have to do is work with the property owner to find out whether it's a primary resident, or if it's a property owner with a second residence, or some other arrangement.
And what sort of enforcement is at the end of that process?
So essentially, we send them. When we find out that there's an unpermitted rental out there, or unpermitted rentals, we send letters out similar to a notice of violation, letting them know that they need to apply for a permit, or otherwise get in contact with us. If they do not comply, or if they choose not to comply, then we would send out a notice of violation and go through the court process like we do any other zoning violation. To date, we have not done that. To date, actually, we have like I in my staff report, I think I indicated we've got about under my analysis here, we have about 16 in my second paragraph under analysis. We have about 16 short-term rentals that are currently operating in the county without a permit at all. That number has gone down. We've been pretty successful in getting people to comply by sending out that one letter. And the majority have either applied for a permit or they've stopped operating. So right now we're working with the county attorney's office to send letters out to those 16 rentals that we know of that are operating in the county without a permit.
So they haven't, yeah, because I know of a friend of mine who essentially does house swapping, like they'll trade houses with somebody in France or South Africa or whatever and disappear for a few weeks, and that person will come and use the house. And I'm not sure whether that qualifies, but they also, when they're traveling, will sometimes just use Airbnb and rent their house out for a few weeks and make a good bit of money. And I don't believe that particular person has ever received any communication from us to indicate that they're lacking a permit that they need.
Okay. Depending on how long they've been operating, I can't remember. I don't know I would have to ask Cindy when the last time we sent letters out. That was last year, wasn't it? That we sent letters out to non-compliant short-term rental permit holders. Is Cindy on the call?
I am. We did send them out. I think February we did send some out this year. We haven't sent any new ones out because I haven't gotten the information from MuniRevs. If they find it, they usually send me the information. I can also look them up on Lodging Revs, but we haven't gotten a new report from Lodging Revs in quite some time.
Okay.
Aren't they supposed to be? Isn't that what we hired them to do, is give us timely information about this?
Yes, and that is something we are working with them right now on. They had a changeover in the middle, right around the time we sent out renewals, and they're no longer MuniRevs, they're GovOS. So we're working through that with the new people.
Got it. Thanks.
And just while we're on this train of thought, something I'm curious about, does our current ordinance give you the ability to make a decision like, currently we're not at the cap. We've got 16 people who need to get a permit, do we have the ability to say something to those 16 people like, you have 6 months to apply for a permit, and after that we will refuse you one? Or would we have to write that into the ordinance?
I don't think we can refuse a permit if a permit is available. I'd want to talk with the county attorney's office about that a little bit more, but I don't believe our regulations allow us to make a decision that a potential violator is not allowed a permit after a certain amount of time.
Okay, thank you.
Either that or that decision would have to be made by the county commissioners in consideration, I guess. Well, no, that would be consideration of revoking a permit. That's something that the county commissioners would decide on. Okay, let's see. Okay, where am I? So let's see. At this time, is according to my memo, there are 2 additional applications that have been submitted there on the waiting list. They're no longer on the waiting list. We are preparing their permits at this time. Now that we know how many. Now that we know we have 19 additional permits available.
And what is a waiting list, just like what it sounds like? Because what I'm thinking about is I did the easy math, and regarding new housing stock in unincorporated Clear Creek, it's going to require 22 new units for every new available permit slot. So would people just be kind of in line, and whoever, first come, first served type of a thing?
Yeah, so in order to get on the waiting list, we tell people that they need to make an application and apply. Apply for that. So we have their application, so we know that they are in conformance with all of the regulations for a short-term rental. That essentially we consider that as basically the placeholder that a customer needs to be on the waiting list.
The other kind of practical thing that comes to mind for me is if I'm somebody who wants to do this as an investment, I have to have 2 things. I have to have a particular property that I'm looking to buy, and I have to have a permit. So would it be the situation where it's like, hey, Sean, you're next in line, you have a permit. Now I have to go scramble and essentially find a house in unincorporated Clear Creek that I want to buy. And then do I have like a time limit, or have we thought through sort of the logistics of what the waiting list looks like?
In order to be on the waiting list, that you can't apply for a permit without a residence. If you can't apply for a permit, just a miscellaneous permit, without having a residence owning a residence in the county to begin with. So when you make an application, you have to apply for a particular residence, and so no, if you do not own a home or a residence in the county, you can't apply for a permit.
Gotcha. But you could, for example, buy a place, use it as a long-term rental, and then put your name in the waiting list. And when your name comes up, you could convert it if you were awarded the permit. I'm just kind of, again, wondering how this would actually work. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. If you have a long-term rental, if you're renting it out to somebody, or you're living in it, or you're renting it out for a month or longer, you could apply, you could make application and get on the waiting list.
Thanks, Fred.
Okay, let's see. Also, just a little bit of budget information at this time. The current number of permitted short-term rentals will provide funds that exceed our annual budgeted revenues. We had a budget of about $32,000 for 2022. That was based on an estimated 128 short-term rentals when we began the program. And so the current number, if we get up to 160, which we're pretty sure we're going to get this year, the current number of short-term rentals will give us about 43,750 for revenue this year for 22. Okay, let me.
And that's permit revenue, right? That has nothing to do with I'm sorry, is that the lodging tax or the permit revenue or both?
That's the permit revenue. That does not include lodging tax or sales tax.
Got it, thanks.
Okay, let's see. So we showed this.
Because that's, to your point, George, I think this might be an area to investigate to legitimately spend some of the lodging tax revenue to mitigate the impacts for this program.
Okay, let's see. So recommendation on future regulation action. As you probably recall, after we revised the regulations in December, the commissioners advised staff to consider additional revisions. That included a special overlay in areas such as or similar to St. Mary's Glacier that would allow more short-term rental permits than the current 160. Noting that there may be special circumstances that might exist in these places that would warrant additional short-term rentals. Staff is looking into that issue as well as others. But at this time, we're recommending that the board wait at least 12 to 24 months before considering another revision. First of all, it's helpful for staff and the public to have that level of consistency over time. And also, if we wait between 12 and 24 months, we can get 2 permitting cycles in the queue and be able to evaluate those 2 permitting cycles against our regulations to find out how the current regulations have performed, and hopefully provide better insight when we make this revision.
The only thing my initial reaction to that is once we're at the cap, I don't know that we're necessarily going to learn a whole lot more until we do something, potentially take additional action. And I personally would be open to a conversation probably sooner than 2 years about the possibility of geographical carve-outs, just because I do think there's the possibility of there are places in the county that are very different than other places. St. Mary's is a place we've talked about a few different times where it might make sense to at least spend some time together as staff and board to determine if we might want to modify our approach.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the kind of thing that we decide, maybe it's a sub area plan that would, if we wanted to focus a sub area plan around short-term rentals or have that be a component of it, maybe that's a venue we could start to kind of move some of this stuff, these conversations forward in the interim, rather than while we are doing first and second readings of an ordinance.
Okay.
Other than that, I mean, we're one permitting cycle. We're through one permitting cycle.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be hard to imagine that 12 months from now, we're through another permitting cycle and we're close to the cap or at the cap, and we're having this conversation. And that would be a good time for, I know over just during this session, we've been talking about short-term rentals at the state level and hearing from a lot of different communities about different impacts and different things that they have in their rules. And so that'll be good timing to look at, a number of different topics related to short-term rentals that we didn't address in our last ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of agree with, I have no problem coming back to look anytime, although, first of all, I'm not sure that will help us understand whether it's important to try to meet the demand by changing the bar. If the bar was there for a reason to begin with, then it'll give us more time to see what the impacts of the short-term rental, I'll call it short-term rental phenomenon in terms of its growth in other places. I would say that its growth right here, since our time spent working on it last year has gone by, that it's, if we're at 141 now and we're not at that cap, we're about where we thought we were before, apparently. when we thought we were at 141, and maybe we weren't at 141 because there was, because I remember we were right around 139, 140, or I think we were adding about 24 more or something like that. So maybe 137. Well, if we're at 141 now, then that duplication must have had our numbers off a little bit then. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I kind of agree that coming back through after another cycle, when we're getting around that limit, will give us a chance to have a discussion about whether we want to increase the limit in order to meet demand, which I think should be informed by the developments that we see across the state and how we're advised by our other communities that are more similar to ours.
A quick question, Fred. The cap. I thought that was the cap on the number of permits that we have issued. So how would we have run into a duplication issue with, did we issue duplicate permits, or am I misunderstanding something?
No, we did not issue duplicate permits. It was the entry in the system was duplicated. And Cindy, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm going to have to. Can you explain this duplication issue that you and Matt found?
So when I pulled the reporting down from lodging rev, I pulled it into an Excel spreadsheet, and then I attached it to parcel numbers. And when I gave it to Matt and Matt started to map it out, he said there was duplicate parcel numbers. So I didn't go through the reporting from lodging revs. I just gave him the spreadsheet. And so when we removed all the duplicates that were out there, whether they had created two permits under that parcel number or how they did that, then it reduced the number. It was just off the spreadsheet that I downloaded from MuniRevs.
So that kind of begs the question, why would we use third-party data instead of our own knowledge of how many permits we issued as the source of truth in terms of how many permits we've issued?
That's what we're using now. I have my own spreadsheet. I'm keeping track of who's on the waiting list, how many have been issued, how many residences. I'm not pulling their data anymore.
Got it.
The hope or the intention was that again, it goes back to that's what we're paying them for is for them to have accurate data that we can use for things like this. So again, that's an issue with us and lodging revs, which we are talking with them right now, and we're going to see what kind of resolution can come of that, because it really, I mean, it needs to be on them. We're paying them to manage this data for us, and we shouldn't have to duplicate it, or we shouldn't have to pull it in and correct their work for them. So yeah. Okay, let's see. Next thing. So yes, thank you very much about the further analysis and look at further regulations revisions. I'll be talking with Amy about what we can do this year in terms of moving that ball forward. Next one, fee schedule. We are currently this year, we are evaluating short-term rental permitting fees, which is separate. Our permitting fees are not in the regulations. Permitting fees are in the planning department fee schedule, which is a separate document that the Board of County Commissioners approves. As I said in my memo, currently the program does pay for itself with $10,000 a year going to lodging revs, and the balance of the amount going into the general fund. It is adequate to fund the in-house staffing of permit processing and enforcement at this time with what we're allocating now. Cindy is our one planning department staff member who spends approximately 15% of her time on an annual basis on the short-term rental permit program. So currently there's adequate funding, but if you recall, when we did the revisions last year, we conducted a quick fee comparison with other communities. Fees varied greatly. depending on the type of permit or the type of regulation that other communities had. But fees varied from $90 up to upwards of $750 for a permit or license. This is last year as well. I have not done research to find out what kind of fees are being charged this year. My guess is those fees have increased. So what that means is if the county chooses to increase its fees from $250 to something higher, somewhere like $400 or $500 per permit, that even does not appear to be out of line from what other communities are charging. So with that, increasing fees could provide funding for additional staff time to be put towards the administration and especially the enforcement program. And as I said in my memo, an action item with the board is going to be required to revise the planning department fee schedule. So what we intend to do is do that fee analysis in conjunction with the budget, with our budget analysis this year, and bring forward a recommendation to the commissioners. We do recommend an opportunity for the public to comment, basically due to the high level of interest of the short-term rental program. And like any good landlord, we are going to be notifying the current permit holders of any potential fee increase. And then finally, proposed FTE changes. We are evaluating our options and opportunities to provide more support for enforcement side of the short-term rental program. So we have an opportunity to evaluate our code enforcement officer position. We have a part-time code enforcement officer position. Brian Boykin, our previous code enforcement officer, recently resigned, and so we're looking at feasibility of changing that to one full-time employee that would manage our zoning code enforcement program, as well as the entire short-term rental permit program. We see a benefit in having one FTE overseeing both these two programs. We think it would help more seamlessly address the short-term rental enforcement issues that we're seeing. And we think that funding for that additional part-time position or part-time FTE can be adequately covered by a fee increase of the short-term rental fees to actually just to $400 per permit. If we want to go higher than that, then we would be able to provide more reliable funding for that particular position, and that position would be less reliant on other sources in the general fund. So,
yeah, like I said before, I know I'm obviously only speaking for myself. I mean, the lodging tax is being generated by those particular activities, and the owners of those homes are undergoing the marketing efforts themselves and not benefiting necessarily from, well, I won't say that, but anyway, I think we're probably due for some sort of a policy discussion around that once there's more clarity about what can happen to the lodging tax, and rather than assuming that it's necessarily going to come from an increase in the permit fees. I think we need to look at our neighbors and make sure that we go through the same process we do for any sort of adjustments of county fees. Just my thoughts.
And my early thoughts on the fee schedule is that I think they should, cover the cost of processing the permits. I don't know if they legally can do more than that. I don't know. This is a question that I'd love to hear from Peter when you get the time to look into it, Peter, is whether those fees could cover enforcement as well of the program. But I would be interested in the fees, covering the cost of the program, and that lodging tax going towards, housing, for example, or recreation volume, for example, as an impact of short-term rental activity. We'll never get enough revenue at 2% out of the short-term rentals to cover their impacts. So I think we should stay focused on doing what we can to do as good as we can. And I think that means that we need the fee schedule to match the cost of that program. That's just kind of my initial take. I don't know if that's probably came out a little jarbled.
But I can answer your initial question right off the bat, George. I think I've already stated that we can increase our fees and cover anything related to the program. So that would include enforcement activities. And I would like to see our fees go up as far as that goes so that we cover that and hopefully support at least a part-time staff position to address that. I know Amy and I have talked a little bit about that, and we've talked with Brian about it as well.
Right. I think I kind of fall in that same place, is that in fairness to the people, if we decided we can give them a permit and they can be in business and we're not trying to be punitive, we simply need to cover the cost of being able to administrate and enforce, whatever those things that are directly related to the running the program. And then beyond that, those secondary impacts to the housing market are the things that we would, those types of impacts are the kinds of that George mentioned, and recreation are the kinds of things that would be good use of the discretion in the use of lodging tax.
Okay.
And I would just comment that I think my recollection of some of the conversations we had about raising, about getting this cap where it is right now, which is ended up growing the number of short-term rentals or allowing for growth of the short-term rental program, was that it would be best done with an accompanying growth in resources for enforcement, so that we could help ensure that some of the concerns that community members had that were out there regarding the short-term rental program could be mitigated. And I think it is important that we are able to do that. And this proposal to expand half an FTE and fund it with additional, this will fund the full, make a fully fledged short-term rental staff position so that we can afford to run the short-term rental program and include enforcement in that. And it will also have a side benefit of allowing us to have a remaining half an FTE that is fully devoted to enforcement for zoning code, which I know is important to you as commissioners, and is something that we as staff on the planning team want to be able to do more effectively. And both of those things are benefits and outcomes of this move, even though one of them sort of allows the other one to happen. And so I do think that really this is a win-win to be able to make this change. And like Fred pointed out, our fees are relatively low. And I think we heard from the community that they were open to higher fees. Now we'll see how they respond when the fees are really raised. I hope that they will continue to be open to that. But for the community as a whole, and to be able to have a person managing the short-term rental program, and in my mind's eye anyway, building relationships with those permit holders, showing up, going around, visiting the properties, being available to the permit holders. I think that's really going to be a long-term benefit to the program.
And are we talking about $400 every 2 years, or is that you need to renew your permit annually for $400, but there's some administrative process that happens every 2 years?
It would be an annual permit for non-primary resident short-term rentals. For at least the way the regulations are written right now, primary resident short-term rentals can apply for a 2-year permit. So
I see. So yeah, $400 is like probably less than an average rental for someone's home.
For a one night.
Yeah. So, Cindy, do you have, you said, you told me what the average nightly rental is for short-term rentals in Clear Creek County. Do you recall what that number is?
Currently for unincorporated, it is $371.06 average a night.
Perfect. I'll start renting out my basement, get another mountain bike.
There you go.
It's bootstrapping at its finest, Sean.
You'll have to provide the mountain bike as one of the amenities.
I don't think it'll pay for itself in like a couple
It'll be
months.
net wash is what'll happen.
Yes, also circling back, when we look at regulations revisions, we're going to, we'll be evaluating those things that we discussed, as well as other like wildfire mitigation issues. I know that was that's been a big issue. That was a big issue last year. Promises to be an issue of concern this year. So, and I've noticed other communities are requiring more wildfire mitigation for short-term rental properties, and so we'll be evaluating that as well.
Yeah, we've seen other communities since you brought that one up. That's one of the ones I've got my eyes on. We've seen other communities require metering because we've had stories about short-term rentals using more water than they're allowed and drawing down the wells for others. That's one that I would like for us to consider. And then there's you mentioned wildfire mitigation. Oh, and then just outdoor fires. We currently allow outdoor fires, and I'm not sure that's a good idea. This came to my mind about a month after we finished the ordinance, because within the same couple of days when we had that windstorm and the fire in Boulder, we had a unattended fire was at the old Squaw Pass neighborhood, I believe, in a short-term rental that really kind of freaked the neighborhood out, and rightfully so, right? There's an unattended fire and 80-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah. Yep, most definitely. Okay. Any other, that's the end of my memo. That's what I have. Also in my memo, I gave you some information on revenue generation and potential revenue generation for if we increase the fees from 250 to 400, 450, 500. See the potential revenue generation that could be made with 160 non-primary resident permits. That's what I have. I have your comments, and I'll be talking with Amy a little bit more about what we can do to move the revisions forward. But I have not heard any strong opposition to moving forward with making a request for an FTE increase and a fee increase this year.
The only thing I would add to that is I go back to my comments about operators, unpermitted operators. I don't have any smoking guns other than a couple of anecdotal ones, but I would like to see more focus on better understanding that program and taking action on it. I don't think it's fair to the citizens who went through all the process that we laid out for them and got the permits to have essentially competition that's out there not following the rules. Plus, it really makes it hard for us as a policy board to understand the nature of what we're talking about when there's a whole component of it, I believe, that we're not considering.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'll be talking with Cindy about that, seeing how we can move forward with addressing those expeditiously.
One question, and I know we're going to come back at budget time with respect to the fees and the FTE, but are we clear on when we're coming back with the regs and making any changes there? Are we clear on when we want that to happen?
I'm not
either. That's why I'm asking the question.
12 months was what I was assuming.
I heard Sean say that. I'm not so sure I heard anything from George and Randy with respect to timing on regs. But
how long has it been? Has it been 12 months?
No,
it's been five months since December that we've made the last revision.
Okay.
Fred, I can address Sean's or the question about enforcement. I do believe we are going to, by the end of this month, start sending out the warning letters and possible NOVs, depending, since we have a very short time frame on warning letters of 10 to 15 days. So they should come out hopefully by the end of this month or the 15th of June.
Yeah, and just my own thoughts about when we revisit this. The end of the year seems kind of logical to me. That's a good ways off, and that would be 12 months from when we took our previous action. But I'm open to being convinced otherwise as well.
Fred, the concern I have with that, with managing the program, is I don't know that we'll have enough information on a waiting list to see how the waiting list is going to function if we visit that quickly.
That's only 7 months from now, and we're only at the total number we thought we were at when we started. So it may be a while until we hit that and you even have a waiting list.
Is that the list? Is that the issue that should be driving when we come back?
Oh, that's about what I was asked too.
It seems to me like hitting the cap is, well, A, hitting the cap, B, having done some work around trying to figure out how we would evaluate a neighborhood for uniqueness. It seems like we should probably be kind of farther down that road before we do a first reading of a draft ordinance. And so I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to start thinking about that. I don't see anything preventing us from starting thinking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be, it would be nice to have that done before we start. It'd be nice to hit the cap. I mean, I was just kind of guessing when I said I thought it would be maybe next May or so before we're in a position to be thoughtful about this. But that's my thinking, at least, is that those are the two things that could happen that would say, okay, let's open this back up.
Yeah, I think so too. We're at the first of the year, we're coming out of budget. It's not necessarily slow time for STRs. It's ski season rolling. I think we would, a few more pieces would be in place if we gave it a year till next May and came back and looked. I think we may be in place. We'll see. Give us time to get some work done on our own, as well as to see what we currently have evolve a little bit. And there's nothing that says we can't change that if something changes radically along the way too, that we can't decide to have a meeting. So
true.
And I also think we should be doing the, well, I don't know if I'm saying I think we should or not. What are everybody else's thoughts about looking into things like sub-area plans and stuff like that? Do we even want to begin that before now and then?
I just think that's a good point, Randy. I mean, I think it's probably down to staff capacity, but I think that the information, if we somehow were able to gather the information over the summer, it would be more valuable than if we waited until next summer. Because I don't know that there's any obstacles or barriers that would prevent us from starting that other than our capacity, our overall capacity.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what George said.
Yeah, and maybe as a first step, just giving staff some time to think around what the best approach to that is. Is the best approach a sub-area plan? Do we want to do something more specific? Right. Maybe that's the next step for us to take.
Well, I can answer that right off the bat. Sub-area plan is going to be expensive, and that's a hit to the general fund. So are we really talking a full-blown sub-area plan? Or are we talking about staff going and doing some analysis of what are the characteristics of a neighborhood that would make it stand out from another one where there could be more Airbnbs, right?
Yeah, I would be open to more of a common sense approach rather than raising the bar to something that we're not going to be able to achieve anytime soon.
I agree.
I think it's about what are the sort of levers to pull with the ordinance, right? Like there's the cap, which we can learn. We need a certain amount of time to understand, like how long is our waiting list? How long does it take to reach the cap each year? how much does that change over time to help us understand how the cap is working? Is it the right level or not? And then there's the issues around different neighborhoods. Are the different neighborhoods experiencing more pressure or less pressure? And how do we deal with that? And so there's just different questions about the ordinance and what we're trying to answer with this topic. And so, I don't think we need to identify a timeline that magically covers everything perfectly. I guess my sense is maybe we plan on reporting back in 6 months, and but we're not coming back to say we're just reporting back, sort of on what's the status, and it's a work session and it's brief, and we're like, hey, here's what's up. Where are we at?
Yeah. And I noticed we're already 5 minutes over, but I think maybe what we could do is just sort of pencil in a work session in December. And I don't necessarily know that we need to decide right here what the agenda is going to be, but just essentially revisiting this conversation and getting an update and having an opportunity to be informed and schedule any action if it's warranted.
Yeah.
And just another couple things on my mind, and my apologies, Jackie. Just the reason that we would want to do a sub-area plan is because we want to accomplish more in that area than just this. And I think that's an area that could use it. We learned a lot about St. Mary's, and I mean, we already kind of knew a lot coming into our short-term rental conversation, but had it sort of emphatically delivered to us that it's an area with some real challenges, and they're not a municipality. So as the land use authority, I think we kind of owe it to them to go through a sub-area plan. And so I'll just sort of make that pitch now, and we can just let that sit there. That's kind of my preference.
I agree with that. I think that area and DLD are really unique in that. I'll leave it at that.
And then the only other thing I want to bring up that has not been brought up yet is that when we do reopen this ordinance, I'll be very interested in looking at the licensing approach. I know staff is aware of this, and we brought it up in the last time, but I think that's something that having our heads wrapped around would be really good as well. And that's all for me.
Any final comments from you, Randy?
Yeah, I just think, first of all, I do agree that St. Mary's and DLD are very unique areas. And I think when we look at them, we can cross that bridge when we get there, is that to make sure, when you start looking at an area and thinking about what kind of opportunities can be brought, looking at infrastructure at the same time and understanding that we don't accidentally ignite some kind of I'll call it developmental trickle down game, where you're trying to take an infrastructure that you may be chasing your tail trying to expand an infrastructure that already has a strained capacity for what's there. Just knowing those, taking all that into consideration. But that's a much bigger conversation, and we can cross that bridge when we come to it. And I am open-minded to it too. I just want to know the numbers and know what can really happen in that environment, each of those environments.
Perfect. Well, thanks, Amy. Thanks, Fred. Thank you, Cindy, for joining us, and look forward to talking about this more in the near future. We'll move on to our next agenda item. Jackie, thanks for joining us, and our apologies for running over a little bit. We're excited that you're reapplying and interested in continuing your service with Open Space. This process is pretty informal. I think the three of us. Maybe you could just give us a little bit of an overview about what your experience has been like so far serving in Open Space, and maybe some comments on your interest in continuing. And then I know George and Randy may have some follow-up questions.
Sure. Well, I joined Open Space, I guess I'll say when I was much younger and when I first moved to Colorado. So I've been, I think, on the board now for 5 years, and I was involved with the county on any level before I knew about Open Space. Before that, I've kind of always been someone who, wherever I move, try to get involved on a local level and take some kind of responsibility for something in the county. You know, I have nothing but good things to say about my experience. You know, I've learned a lot. You know, in the beginning, learning the history of how open space came to be. And you also learn a lot about the county, not just being, you know, on the Open Space Commission. Recently, I've thoroughly enjoyed the conversations that we had about, you know, rec planning and realigning or whatever we want to call it. You know, I have a legal background, so I truly appreciate a good dense conversation. And I've enjoyed working, you know, through all of this. I love county government because I feel like it's actually where the most change happens, and you can be most effective. And I feel like, you know, personally, I'm just getting started, and I think there's a lot of growth that can happen. And you know, I plan to be a resident here for a long time, and you know, I talked to people that have been in the county for 40 years, and you know, I would love to be that person eventually too. So, you know, I'm really supportive of public service. In my professional work, I'm in public service, and I'd love to continue that.
Perfect. Yeah, like I said, thank you so much for your service to date. I know that you chaired the commission not too long ago and have been a really key person in what's been going on lately. So I'll turn it over to George and Randy to see if you have any follow-up questions or comments.
Yeah, thank you for coming, and thank you for your previous 5 years of volunteer service. I guess a good first question that probably appropriate every one of these reappointment interviews is, it's been 5 years. That's kind of a long time. Once, you know, a meeting a month for 5 years. And do you feel like your interest has sustained itself well over the time? Do you feel like your interest will continue to be what it was when you were new and learning new things?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's grown, to be honest. You know, I think I've spoken to all of you at some point saying, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for us to do some really great things, not just in open space but with the, you know, proper development of Clear Creek and where we're going and the growth. And I think it's important to have, you know, people of different, you know, ages and such in these positions. There's a lot of people my age moving to Clear Creek, you know, with sometimes not a lot of representation on certain boards. And I think it's really important that you take time to understand where the history, you know, of why Clear Creek has developed the way it has, and understand that and carry that on, and, you know, our culture. I don't feel jaded in any sense from anything, and I've really enjoyed, you know, pretty much everything about it. And I think it's also really important. I mean, I don't know if you looked at my resume. I mean, I tend to do this stuff professionally. And so I'm very involved with small community movements, you know. I also just came off of being the restoration coordinator for the East Troublesome Fire. So that was an extremely large scale project. And I was the project manager for that through Northern Water. So yeah, I'm excited to continue, and I can't wait to see what happens. And I hope I can be part of that.
Thank you.
Can I answer your question, George?
No, you did.
Okay.
It's kind of a hard question to answer, but you did. I guess the other thing that's on my mind, I'm just kind of curious, we've been discussing, you the role of open space moving forward. And I think you could kind of summarize currently what open space does is having 3 obligations that the Board of County Commissioners has asked of you, which is to manage staff, to manage funds, and to do strategic governance.
Mhm.
How would you list those in terms of the things that you are, most interested in doing as a planning commissioner or as an open space commissioner?
Well, and it's kind of hard for me because when I put on my like project manager hat, in general, I can see, I think there's going to be some really great organization going on. In my eyes, open space in general is to, preserve the entire list that's listed of all the things that are important, in open space. I think that there's a huge push for recreation, and I think that there's going to need to be a lot more management, whether it's permitting, all that stuff going on in open space, or in recreation in general. The amazing thing is that open space has a lot of property already, preserved, and it's fantastic. It's just, how is that going to develop properly and keep that mission going? I also think that there is, without a doubt, a very good, outcome and resolution to these conversations that we're having. And I think that it's going to be really positive. It's just making sure we align it properly. And one thing Amy and I have been talking about is, just making sure we get that community input. It hasn't happened in a while. And, what do the residents want to do with the open space? And to me, that's the missing link right now. I think we need to figure out all the red tape and legality, and then, really involve the community to ask them, what do they want to see? But, I think the conservation of the open space properties that already exist is number one,
Thank you. I appreciate it. Those things sound to me like they fall into the bucket of strategic governance more than the direct management of staff or money, but that's just maybe how I'm choosing to hear you.
And I mean, personally, I think open space, now that we've had some really great conversations with Sean, and I'm sure he's reported back to you guys, I think the conversations have really helped with educate me on what you guys are looking for, as well as, how a rec department runs and how other things or other counties organize, and I know that there's a really great solution in it. And it's just the way that what's the way Clear Creek County wants to do it, and I think it's really important to consider the county budget and the staff we have and what we can do with what we have, and come to a resolution that, of course, you're never going to make everyone happy, but that makes sense.
Thank you. Those are the questions for me. I'll end just with saying, appreciate your volunteerism to date and your interest in continuing to do so.
Well, I'm just in Hawaii, so I'm actually not, so.
Randy?
I thought you were. I had that looked familiar, like familiar scenery. So, I think that the other 2 guys pretty well. I think we've been county commissioners together too long because they already covered my questions for me, except for I think how the one kind of down in the weeds question a little bit is, have you given thought personally to the right mix of maintenance, operations versus acquisition and funding. Have you had any recent epiphanies about that, or?
I can't say I've had any epiphanies, but I am more leaning on the side of the fact that there is a happy medium to wherever, this comes. And I think we just need to respect the, original intent of the voters. And we also have to understand that, for lack of better words, the BOCC, you guys, finalize, those decisions. And I think that there is absolutely a resolution. And I think through these conversations, we're getting close. I feel, I don't know, Sean, if you feel the same,
Yeah.
Oh, was that you, Sean? Sorry.
I do feel the same. Thanks.
Yeah. And the takeaway, what I've taken away from these conversations is everyone on this call cares and holds the management of Clear Creek Open Space in very high regard, right? And so I think how we get there, there's a few different options, but at the same time, there's not every county that agrees that their open spaces are, priority. And so I think all of us as all the commissioners and Amy and everyone, we all recreate there. We all think it's an important, resource. And so I think there's going to be, an easy resolution just because we're not even having to have that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
In my eyes, I don't know if I answered your question, Randy.
Well, I think my question was actually, much less intelligent than your answer. I was really thinking in terms of ratios of just, I mean, so it wasn't really meant to be a challenging question, but just an idea about a ratio of funding as allocated to, because, as an advisory person who has had 5 years to see the landscape, no pun intended here, because that's what we're talking about, but acquisition is very important to be able to have that open space. I mean, to build that asset. And then at some point there's a cost associated with owning it once you own it. And so as we shift our focus going forward, or should, there's a question of whether we shift our focus going forward in our ratios of, and I just wondered if you saw a trend in that area. And I was just looking for a simple opinion about what you thought to help inform me.
Yeah.
More than philosophical about whether we, the rest of it.
Amy's heard me say this probably 15 times the past 3 weeks. Rec plan. And so sometimes when you're realigning or changing things around without a plan, I see it as just a little bit of a red flag, to be honest. These are the kinds of things that are included in a rec plan. We can also make the rec plan what we want. But if we focus, have a whole section on, here's where Clear Creek County is now, here's the direction we're looking and going in, and here are all the administrative legality, here's all the things that make sense in order to make that happen. And I am a teeny bit concerned about making very large changes without that kind of rec plan.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I really wasn't asking to make a change. I was just asking your opinion about that detail if you had developed one, and because that would help inform ultimately a rec plan. And I completely agree that we need a plan to be able to make big decisions or even big revisions in our structure, and in my opinion. But it's going to be an important next step, and it'll be a big subject. It's been a big subject in the past when people
Yeah.
have undertaken it a bit.
And I mean, operationally, it's worked, right? But we've had conversations about open space could absolutely manage its employees better. And how do we then parse that out to have, other county employees help us do that? And yeah, I think there needs to be definitely some operational changes for sure.
Anything else, Randy?
Nope.
Well, thanks again, Jackie. And I totally echo your comments. I think that the conversations have been very open between yourself and Brian and I and Bob Judge and Kirsten, who joined us last week. We missed you. And yeah, I think we're definitely making progress. And I will just also second what you said, right? We're on the same team, right? We all want the same thing. I think historically what's been missing is a little bit of process and communication. And I think that we all recognize that. And I think we're all headed in the same direction. So thanks for your interest in continuing to serve. And also thanks for your service so far.
Thanks, Sean.
And look at that, it's almost noon. So I'm going to go off camera for just a second and I'll come back at noon and we'll take up the fire ballot conversation. Thanks again, Jackie.
Thank you, guys. Are we all set? Talk to you soon.
All right, take care. All right, we're back here at noon. Consideration wildfire mitigation ballot measure direction. See that has your name on it, George.
Yeah, thank you. And I think a few things for us to talk about today. Peter has prepared some ballot language that we should review. We might want to talk about any questions related to the polling bid that we received. And I want to talk about, now that it's passed, House Bill, I think it's 1011, right? Wildfire mitigation incentives for local governments, House Bill 221011. Wanted to run you through that. I'm not sure where you all want to start. Maybe Peter, maybe you can run us through the ballot language.
Yeah, so when the board met last time, it gave me direction to at least come up with some potential ballot language. It is in the packet, but I'm happy to share the screen if you think that would be easier, but it is in the packet and provided to the public, of course, through the web. And what I did is I basically just put together some draft language for the board to consider. That would be what a typical ballot language seeking a mill levy increase would look like, and then putting in the specifics as to what we would hope these funds would be used for. This is certainly just a draft, though. This is not a resolution. We are not at the point where we are seeking approval of a resolution to move forward with the ballot measure. I think the idea was have some ballot language in front of you and then decide whether or not indeed you wanted to move forward with that. And if there was particular language that you wanted to put in there that is not in there, or to take some things out and other things to consider. So that's pretty much where we are. Keep in mind that any resolution that we end up bringing forward with ballot language would give a lot of the background, would provide in those whereas clauses what the purpose is, and it would expand upon that and go into the details, and it would talk about how it would be assessed and everything, and how it would be managed, the program, and we would refer to the resolution presumably in that ballot language ultimately. So that's what you have in front of you. Are you all able to bring it up, or do you want it on the screen?
Happy either way, defer to you, Sean, Randy.
We can put it on the screen just in case some of the public, if there are any listening, may have not looked at it already online.
Sure, I can share that. Got a million things open. Okay, is it there? Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously it speaks for itself, but I'll go through just what the language basically says. It says, shall Clear Creek County taxes be increased annually beginning on January 1st, 2023 by, and we have to determine what that first full year would look like in terms of the dollar amount. And then by such amounts as are raised annually thereafter. That's what we call kind of the Tabor language that we tend to put in these ballot languages. Whenever there's a tax increase, Tabor requires that you have certain language in there so that the public's aware of what specifics, how much their taxes really are going up, what that amounts to, what those costs are used for. And then we have to decide on a percent, how much percent mill levy we were thinking of. I think that the board was considering maybe a 1% or maybe even a 1.5. And what I put in the ballot language is what that would really amount to per property or per dollar value. And then this would create a countywide regional wildfire mitigation and prevention program. Our thought is that this would be managed through OEM, our Office of Emergency Management. But it would be in conjunction with other partners throughout the county. We would have this program subject to annual financial audit, and it would be for the purpose of significantly improving wildfire mitigation and preparedness efforts. And what we mean by that really is we would be using this money to update our community wildfire protection and emergency egress plans, working more closely with neighborhoods to address fire mitigation on private property, and funding private property mitigation grants. That's a very common thing that you'll see around the state. Boulder County has in many ways pioneered much of that. As you know, they've had many issues with wildfires over the years. So right now they're on the cutting edge of some of these activities. Restarting the free slash program at the Clear Creek Transfer Station is one idea. Funding local fire mitigation crews, and that could be possibly through funding of volunteer crews or even in cooperation with the fire authority or others. Providing matching funds for grants to accomplish large-scale mitigation projects. Keeping in mind that some of these efforts, we'd also want to partner with the Forest Service, as they are, of course, they have the largest amount of forest and potential areas that could burn. So we'd at least want to be working in conjunction. And then I go into basically what the benefits are, of course. The main benefit, potentially saving lives, as well as property and infrastructure losses, firefighting expenses, environmental damage, and other things that result from wildfires. So that's essentially the language that you have in front of you. The issue really is whether you want to pursue this measure at this time. It would be on the November ballot. And that's really a board decision. If the board does want to move forward with something like this, then the board members can each individually sit with this language and offer revisions directly to me, and I can come back with more, or we can discuss now. But that's essentially what you have in front of you. And then I believe at this point, once you've talked about the ballot, George has reached out and spoken with a company that does, an entity that does polling on such measures. The benefit of doing a polling on this ballot language would be to determine whether or not there is, whether the community is receptive to pay that additional mill levy in order to engage in mitigation efforts. And I know that one of the things the board wants to discuss is whether indeed that is the appropriate use of a mill levy in terms of, do we want to engage in fire mitigation, or are there other methods that we can achieve certain ends? So I will turn it over to the board now for discussion.
My two comments on this language are, first, I had a good conversation with transfer station staff. They have some well-founded concerns about saying something as broad as a free slash program on the ballot that would obligate us to do that without knowing. I mean, it was even brought up, even money aside, the limits of the facility. Some stories were shared with me when we were doing the last free slash program that we had. You know, at one point, someone brought 320 yards of slash. And so I think that this language should maybe talk about reducing the cost of slash, or you know, something to massage it so it's not such a total commitment.
And also to that point, George, some of it was developers who were clearing land for properties in Evergreen and Jefferson County who were bringing stumps and all kinds of crazy stuff just because they could do so at no cost.
Correct. And so we would want to write this ballot, assuming we move forward with it, which isn't a guarantee. We would want to write this in a way that doesn't bind us. So that's the first comment.
Well, it could be to, I don't know. I started to think about how to characterize it, how to think about it, and then how to describe it. But I think it's enough said to say that I completely agree with you that we've got to tweak that language a little bit so it's not quite so simplistic and doesn't invite with a promise made in a ballot proposal.
And then the other comment that I have about this language is, if we do move forward, I would like to leave it to Peter, before it goes into the polling, if improvements to this language come up that don't change the intent of the measure, that Peter be able to make changes to improve the language before it goes out into a survey. So those are my two comments on the language piece of this.
Sorry, I'm just making notes as we go along, just to be a reminder for me to look at language.
And then if there aren't any other comments on this language, we could move into the polling bit.
Yep, I think I'll save my comments for the very end.
Okay, so I will stop sharing.
Okay, so we can go through the polling bid.
Once I figure out how to stop sharing.
Yeah, I'm down to the bottom line on it already and looking at the different proposed levels.
Thank you, Beth.
I'm hoping we can talk a little bit about process too before we get to the end also.
Sure. I mean, why don't you just bring up what you have in mind now?
Well, I mean, I've already shared it with you. My big concern about this is that it's going to create more additional costs for the general fund moving forward. And our general fund is already hemorrhaging. And I wonder, would it be helpful if we did a little bit of a well, let me ask this question first. What's our deadline? What's our deadline for getting on the ballot? We got to have some time here, right? Because it's November. Do we know that, Peter?
Yeah, so initially what we do is we start doing the polling. We don't really have to get anything to the clerk and recorders in terms of language until mid-July. And that's so that, at least my understanding, looking at the latest calendar, and that's so that the clerk and recorder can provide notice to the Secretary of State of ballot language.
So Brian, when you're talking about the cost of the general fund, you're talking about the cost of executing the ballot campaign and issue, is that correct?
Well, that's a small cost, but no, I'm talking about OEM's going to run this program, right? That's a general fund cost. The slash program is in the general fund. That's a general fund cost. So will everything be, will this tax truly cover the cost of taking on fire mitigation? No, I'm not arguing at all the need for wildfire mitigation at all. It's just how do we afford to do it?
And the way I framed my question was based on the thought that I was making the assumption that it would be tailored to fit within the monies that were raised through the mill levy, and what you raised was what you could spend. Obviously, except for those grant funds, which are able to be gotten by virtue of having had this fund also working.
Right. But I guess the other piece though for me is it's a mill increase. And how many times can we go back to the well for a mill increase? Mm-hmm. Right. And would it be helpful for the three of you to have more of a deep dive into the budget before we even get into the budget process, to see some long range forecasting of what we're saying is what we believe is going to be happening with respect to our budget moving forward. If all things stay equal, right, with respect to how our revenues are coming in, to have that data in front of you before we decide, let's go to the voters for a mill that's very specific to something as opposed to a mill that's general, which I understand is harder to pass. But at least having that kind of data in front of you to know what does our future look like before we take on these additional costs, potentially additional costs.
So there's two things I'm hearing there. One is that we don't want to make commitments in ballot language that are underfunded.
Right. Because that just exacerbates our general fund problem.
They're underfunded by the mill levy and the ballot. Right.
Yeah. Right. And then the other question is this the right ask? Right. I think what I hear you implying, or what I think I hear you saying basically is that the general cost of government is probably not funded by our current mill rate.
Correct.
When we know that might be the case, is it good for us to go after this specific ask when we may need to go tell the voters that what we really need is more funding to the general fund in general for sufficient planning department?
You said that more eloquently than I did. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah.
Just making sure I understand you. So maybe I'm just going to keep running us through the survey piece. Since I've got that up on my screen, just a little bit of information here. And then we can take that back up when we start talking about what we're going to do moving forward. So I'm going to share my screen. I've got just one page of this proposal open. It's the pricing page. I did reach back out to Magellan to ask them, first off, you'll notice they're proposing up to 30 questions. I'm curious how, if they go with less questions, that might change the price. Also curious just to hear thoughts from the board about, I mentioned we might want to do some telephone surveying or something in addition to text message surveying, given the age of our electorate. So you see these options are, if we want to do phone calling, I asked them what they thought about a piece of mail with a QR code on it or something like that. That might be an in-between step. And so that's kind of the information I have for you about this bid. Text only, they bid at 10,000. Curious if that price can come down if we ask fewer questions. And there was some conversation about, we know we have a lodging tax ballot measure as well that we're talking about. There was some conversation about kind of testing this question against the presence of other questions, that kind of thing. And I know the last thing I have to say on this piece, Sean, you brought up not last week, in our last meeting, that we may not need to do polling, given the salience of this issue with our electorate. However, I think, we're in a high inflation environment, and this may not be as obvious a choice for people as it seems. Sorry about that. My dog says hi. The median home value in Clear Creek is $675,000. That's not the median assessed value, that's not from the assessor's office. So I don't know if that number is exactly on, but on a house that costs $675,000, 1 mil is worth about $58 and 1.5 is worth around 80, just to give you all a feel for that. So that is the polling piece of this. And as I view it, we're working towards a broader conversation to decide if we're moving forward with polling. I think those are kind of the questions that we have in front of us. The other thing that I want to do is share an update to the sort of, I think it's like a sample budget or something. I don't know exactly what we're calling this, but so I've got this shared for you. This is what you saw last meeting. You'll notice that the cost of slash removal, I had just put in there $30,000 as a truly wild guess. Transfer station staff thinks that we will need to hire an FTE to support this. There's some conversation around whether that could be a seasonal hire, if it's a seasonal program, and whether we could even attract a seasonal hire. Nonetheless, the cost of one FTE is $55,000 currently budgeted. And there's some extra money in there because we would almost certainly pay for hauling. As of 4 or 5 years ago, we were paying $400 per semi that could carry 40 yards and $11 per ton. And then there's maintenance costs and other costs. So that's a more educated guess, but I think a ways to go before it's something that we can hang our hats on. You'll notice that I just took the matching fund for projects out, trying to keep this mill at 1.5. And that's not a unilateral decision by any stretch of the imagination. So that's that piece. Wanted to show that to you. And then the last thing I want to do is just talk you through House Bill 1117. House Bill 1117 will provide a match for dedicated mitigation revenues. The way that they're imagining that it will work is if we say we have 10 years of dedicated revenues, they will match all 10 of those years in year one, is I believe how it's going to work. And so we will end up being very competitive. If this passes, we'll end up being very competitive for additional matching funds. That puts us in a position where we could decide to reduce the ask of our local voters, bring it down a good bit, and hope that some of this grant comes through. I do think we'll be very competitive. It lists, if you'd like, I could go through the list of things that make a local government more competitive, and maybe you would agree with me, but I don't want to waste your time if you're not interested. I'll just go through the list. Preference to those who have as opposed to a fairly permanent program, a voter dedicated revenue source. Preference for areas within territorial boundaries that are a priority for the Colorado Forest Service, that is us. Funding that's intended to benefit people residing in a community that ranks high on social vulnerability index, that is also us in many of our neighborhoods. Funding that will make available dedicated full-time employees to collaborate with private landowners to implement wildfire mitigation measures. That this plan does that. Longer duration. This plan could possibly do that. Initiatives in emphasizing a regional approach. And then they have one for recipients that have attempted unsuccessfully to create a voter dedicated revenue source. So if we put this on the ballot and it fails, the stuff we're currently doing would get a leg up in terms of getting a match. So I just wanted to walk you through those things. And that's in terms of information delivery, the information I have to deliver to all of you. And I don't know, Sean, maybe I can just pass this back over to you to navigate the conversation moving forward.
Okay, yeah, thanks, George. Thanks, Peter. Randy, what are your thoughts?
I'm still learning and listening and was looking it over, and I'd actually like to hear yours. I'm not trying to get the glorious dramatic last word either. That's not it at all.
No, that's fine. I think this is a conversation that's long overdue, and I really appreciate that we're having it. Like I said, I appreciate, George, you rolling up your sleeves and getting involved, both as your role as a commissioner and as a member of the Fire Authority. I think that the data that we're looking at here is, I don't know if I necessarily want to say crude, but I would say pretty preliminary. And an example of that is the SLASH program. At the one end of the spectrum, we have what we're doing now, which is, I think, nothing. I think we have the ability to collect slash and to accept slash at the transfer station, for which the person will pay essentially market rate. Is that true, Brian?
It's half off in the summer months.
Okay. All right. So we have a little.
We cut the fee in half in the summer months.
How much does it cost for like a pickup load of branches and slash?
I can't answer that off the top of my head.
Yeah. All right.
$6 a yard.
How much is it?
$6
for a yard.
Not a lot. I mean, a yard is a decent amount. So maybe like 20, $25, you can get rid of a whole pickup load. Does that sound about right?
Is that the half price, George? $6.
That is the half price, correct.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's, I don't necessarily personally view that as an economic hurdle for the majority of our citizens. I think the harder part is getting it off your terrain at your house and getting it into a truck and getting it to the transfer station. And I like what Jefferson County has done a few times. I don't know that they've done it recently, but there were signs along Highway 74 to advertise specific slash weekends. And I remember volunteering with the fire department when they did those. It was like a weekend or two in June, and they would make these mountains of branches at the parking lot at the Evergreen High School. I like the idea that some communities will actually come by on a certain weekend and come by your house. And basically, if you have piled a bunch of stuff up along your property, along the right of way, a crew will take it away at some charge or maybe at no charge. So I think that there's a great opportunity for us to be a little smarter about how we approach this and how we spend our money. The other thing that has really been impressed upon me is the caution that we should exhibit when we're expressing the value of this. And what I mean by that is when you have a wind-driven fire like the Marshall Fire, every single house is going to burn up in our urban interface with trees around them. Even in those neighborhoods that did not have trees, many of the houses burned up because the homes themselves became sources of embers, and the ignition of the home created the superheated gases which lit their neighbor's house on fire. So that kind of goes back to the argument I made in the past about the fact this is a really long-term problem to solve, and a lot of it is in the wheelhouse of the federal government in public lands where this problem has been allowed to fester for decades. With that said, I think we should remove, my personal view is we should do what we can to remove obstacles for homeowners. For number one, until fairly recently, most people didn't really even understand what they needed to do. There have been conflicting sets of regulations, originally no regulations. My own personal experience, when Allstate first told me that I had to do something, my question was, okay, great, tell me what I need to do and I'll do it. And they're like, well, that's not how it works. Our inspector failed you. And they wouldn't say why. They basically said something high level like the north side of the house. And anyway, I think what Evergreen Fire does is they have a person who you can call who will come out to your house and essentially give you an assessment and flag different trees and give you exactly what I needed back then, which is what do I need to do, not only to keep my insurance, but to do what I can as a responsible homeowner to protect myself, my family, and my neighbors, and my larger community in the state. And then the other part is, once you have a plan, how do you actually carry it out? And that's where things like paid crews doing mitigation don't make a lot of sense to me personally. And then the last thing I'll say is, again, George, I appreciate what you've done, and I don't think I would characterize anything that you have done as being done in bad faith at all. I think everything that you're doing is in good faith. However, when I think personally about us making a tax ask of the public when we haven't even decided what we're going to spend the ARPA money on, I think that's an ask in bad faith. And I think the fact that, well, I'll just leave it at that. But I do think what I would much rather, the lens I would much rather look at this is not go after this in 2022, but to determine an amount of our ARPA money that we can spend to make some progress and to help remove obstacles for the public, as I have described. Perhaps put in place some kind of a 1-year experimental, if you want to call it that, / program to help get rid of some of the fuels around the neighborhoods in Clear Creek County, and maybe be a little bit better alignment with what's going on in our neighbor Jefferson County. Maybe spend $100,000 of our ARPA money or some number like that, and use the ARPA money to get the matches that you're talking about, George, and then put us in a much better position next year. And I also don't view this as a strategic ask at all. I think it's an ask that potentially has the potential to confuse the voters and to give them the idea that they've done what they're supposed to do and supported the fire department, when we all know a much bigger ask is in their very near future. And again, I've said it a few times, it would be my very strong preference to actually do the homework that we need to do to have an understanding about, with the new information we're getting from our finance director and Brian, in terms of the revenues and in terms of the service levels, of which this is a small part, I in my mind. What is it that we actually need? What is the ask that we need, the honest ask that we need of the voters to solve this problem for at least 10 years? So I know I said a lot, but I have been thinking about this quite a lot. And that's kind of where I'm at right now.
And so I think you're alluding to, there's really two asks, one one potential for fire, and then general fund, as Brian alluded to as well. Two other asks out in the future.
No, I'm just thinking, I'm specifically talking about what I believe, and I think most of us believe, is the unsustainable financial model of the fire authority in order to provide adequate protection for all of their charter, not just wildland mitigation.
And what I was referring to was, when I mentioned Brian, was Brian also called out the a potential general fund increase as well.
You have any comments, Randy, or are you still want
I'm
to study this some more?
I'm rubbing my head thinking. I like the idea of positioning ourselves for grant funds to be able to make a difference, even though we know that when a wind-driven event hits our forest, it's really the larger scale federal efforts on the public lands that are going to make the difference. At the same time, having our own citizens have their own immediate surroundings, give them a little bit of a chance under more normal conditions is pretty enticing if we can get money in to help with that as well. And I'm presuming that the bill that's providing funds that we need to match with these funds that we're talking about is going to provide a great benefit to that immediate locale, that microclimate around the house, that micro environment around the house. Is that true? I guess I'm looking at George.
Are you talking about the mitigation incentives grant?
Right.
I mean, that would allow us to expand what we do, right? So we go to the voters, we say, we want to do, 10 of this, and then we get the matching fund, and it turns out we can do 20.
What is the match to? What's the percentage on that?
The percentage match is not outlined in the bill. When I read, it must match revenues. I don't know, Peter, would you read must match revenues as a 1-to-1, or that they have an ability to decide a lower amount? I'm thinking they probably have the ability to decide a lower amount.
And I was going to say, when it says match, to me, that means 1-for-1, but I'd have to look at the language, the detailed language. I haven't had an opportunity to do that yet.
We're doing grants all the time that say match, but there'll be 20% match, 10% match, 30% match. So I don't know that language is, but what you're saying, if unspecified, you would presume it to be 50%. Is that right, Peter?
If unspecified, I think it would be 1-for-1 or 50%, 50% match, but I'd have to look at the language in order to determine how they came about with that. I don't have anything in front of me that I can speak to it at this point.
Well, sorry, Randy.
No, go ahead. If you have something to say,
I think there are two asks before the board right now. One is George's ask relating to the polling. The other is whether the board wants to move forward with a ballot measure. And obviously one relates to the other. That's ultimately what this action session is for. The added item relating to the new legislation is kind of thrown in there because of the general discussion, but not so much what's before us at this moment.
And what's our timing on the ballot measure, so that we can, if we decide to do the polling in order to inform the ballot measure discussion?
We would want to be able to bring a resolution to the board by the end of June so that it gives the clerk's office enough time to do whatever it needs to do to provide the Secretary of State.
Okay, and what is it? I'm looking back down through the bid proposal for the polling to see the timeline. And do they give us that?
That was another question I asked, is how long it would take them to get the polling back. In general, I think it would be about a month. Yeah, in general, I think it's about a month.
I think I would advocate keeping this on the table and committing to the poll and going forward with the poll under the condition that it can be delivered within that period of time that allows us time to get something on the ballot if that's our outcome from being informed by the poll. And I think that the information we receive in the poll will be good food for future thought, whether or not we go forward with the ballot. I think it's going to give us a sense. I think we will have polled and gotten a sense of the sense of urgency of our electorate.
That could make sense. And I think the other, I'm sorry, I didn't think about this first. I should have written down a list of the things to mention to you all. We should be bringing fire authority suppression revenues into the conversation. One of the ways to do that is to ask about that as well in this poll for those 3,000 voters that would, have both of them show up, both of these asks show up on their ballot. So that could be a reasonable way to move forward. However, I think related to the ESD revenues, we got projections for ESD revenues that don't quite match what the fire chief had been relying on. I know that in a general sense. I haven't really crosswalked the numbers. So we're trying to work that out. The fire authority in a recent evaluation was suggested that they go through a comprehensive independent evaluation that could probably help crystallize what the right revenue number is for them. And so, polling around 4.5, given that we still have some questions out there, might not make a lot of sense. I mean, I could almost be talked into, not almost be, it really seems reasonable to me, this alternative that Sean is proposing, where we put some ARPA money out there, we pilot some kind of slash program, innovation, let staff learn a lesson. I don't mean to say it like that. Let staff learn some lessons, and move towards trying to define the right ballot measure to capture suppression and mitigation next year. At least right now, I think, Randy, what do you think about that plan, that approach? We spend some ARPA money, we give a year for both of these different approaches to kind of crystallize around a number, and do some polling then. We could even bring in a broader poll about, people's priorities. I'd love to see it.
Basically what I'm hearing is you feel this, the poll that we would do right now, in order to let it be informative to us both for long range and perhaps short range ballot planning, is not ready for prime time. We don't have everything we need to be able to run a meaningful poll that would inform us as well as we could. And so we would wait to do the poll until later, use ARPA funds for now, use those as matching funds, and let this percolate and be able to examine more stuff, right?
Yeah, and Brian, you asked that is, yeah. Brian said said he has a process concern, and that he'd like staff to have some time to do a deeper dive on this. I think I agree with that. There's a universe where we say, okay, staff, come back to us with more information in a month, and we're going to launch the polling, and we're going to try to make this work this year. I think we can. I would be comfortable putting something on the ballot that has language that's appropriately precise around what we know we can do. But we do have some ARPA money right now, and we do want to get this right, and we want it to interact with the suppression ask in the right way as well. So Sean, I appreciate you laying out your logic and doing so in a way that was really careful not to offend me. I have made some process mistakes in this one. It was a month ago that someone said, if you're going to do anything, you got to start with free slash. And I just threw it on the budget, and had the first conversation with transfer station staff over the weekend. That's a process mistake, right? That's so anyway, I could be talked one way or the other, but
I thought Sean handled that much like Dag Hammarskjöld at the United Nations would have handled it back in the 60s during the Cuban Missile Crisis or whatever, you know.
I wasn't born yet.
No, you weren't. Oh, yeah. Wow. I was reading about it in the paper as I was walking down the street, folding the papers to throw them in houses. Yeah, I'm okay with that if you guys are. So
What I would add to my comments is I'm not opposed to a poll. I do like the idea of making it broader because we are contemplating, I mean, I've heard Kelly say out loud, I'm not surprising anyone, 9 mills, right? That's 4 times as big as what we have been discussing in this meeting. And I do think, so that would be $360 for a house, which that's not nothing. I mean, that's a decent number. And the thing that alarms me personally about it is I'm not convinced that's enough. I think that unless we change the dynamics of how we provide protection and revive the volunteer system, among other things, I'm not sure that that will do the trick. I think that might be leading us down a dead end, honestly. But I don't really have an appreciation for what the voters' capacity is in the context of what they would get for it. I mean, historically, fire asks are the ones that are the most popular, but I do think that might make sense to try and craft a different question, like I said, that's broader, that maybe also kind of acknowledges we already made 2 asks, right? We already fixed the EMS problem. We apparently have fixed the road and bridge problem, and those are 2 big problems that have that the solution have great benefits for the citizens. And I think fire potentially is a third. But yeah, I do like the idea of taking some money from ARPA, making a difference immediately, putting some points on the board, if you will, getting some learnings and coming back around at this with a lot more data and a lot better understanding of the problem we're trying to solve.
Okay, so I think then, oh, I'm sorry, George. Were you about to say something?
I was just gonna sort of ask what we think our next steps are, but I'm just trying to do Sean's job. I'm sorry, Sean.
Well, I was going to say, it sounds like the direction from the board is to kick it back to staff to work with each board member to try and determine exactly what a poll down the road would look like. But that we are not going to be basing the poll and getting it out on the immediate timeline of getting a ballot issue out for this year.
that's
And
right.
instead, perhaps a more broader review.
We want a high quality poll that actually means something to us, not a low quality poll off of which we're making a fast decision.
Mhm. So the things that seem like talking about innovation around our slash program, if we want to try to put together a pilot for this summer, that seems to be something that we would want to get focused on, and we can just leave to staff sort of with the general concept that we're ready to support an ARPA expenditure. And then the other one is, I mean, this CWPP is we got to start making progress on it. And I know there are grants out there that could do it. And I would love to hear what our options are to find funding to get to work on those, you know, in 2023. I think there are some opportunities. Those seem to me to be the things that could be pulled out of, I'm just looking at this budget with these proposed activities. Those are the things that could be pulled out to be sort of worked on under ARPA funding.
I like the idea of at least partially funding a resource that people outside of Evergreen Fire Protection District can use in order to get a home visit and some professional advice on what actually needs to be done. And I always like the idea of citizens having some skin in the game and maybe paying for something. So that's, my thinking isn't very evolved, but I think that's another key piece of this is, you know, kind of upstream of the slash production and collection is where to actually do it on your property.
Right, the technical information you'd get from the forester when you're doing defensible space to get your certificate of occupancy is an example, a good start. So, and generally what happens in Jeffco, I know when I built in Jeffco, what they require is the homeowner with the building permit has to hire a professional forester to come out and do their defensible space for them and then present the report and then do the mitigation that's called out in the report and then have it re-inspected and pay for that. It's not part of what the county actually provides with the building permit.
Yeah, and maybe we could have a grant program to reimburse the homeowner for 50% of the cost of doing that, or, you know, something really simple that wouldn't require us to staff up or do anything that would take a ton of, that would create a ton of distraction.
And be eligible to existing owners of existing homes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who are grandfathers essentially.
I know. So we've got that private land mitigation, which is, you know, not super well funded. The state is also a different bill is going to provide further incentives for private land mitigation. And I know our fire authority is currently doing those kinds of evaluations. I don't think they charge. And I don't know that the program historically has been well marketed. But I know right now they're doing door hangers and they're really kind of beating the streets with some of their new staff. So
I don't know the answer to this, but would the people that our fire department provide for that service provide as are they as well trained as a professional forester that's trained exactly in that work and that's all he does or she does? I'm just curious. I don't really know if we've got that capacity to provide the same level of analysis.
my guess is no. I think, you know, a lot of the concepts I think are fairly simple, but my guess is that a forester could, you know, do a more thorough job or a more, I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know the answer. It may not be any better, but it's a good thing to know.
Yeah, then my last battle with Allstate, I actually ended up hiring a gentleman who used to be with Clear Creek Fire Authority. His last name's Berg. I know he lives in like Berthoud Falls, but he had some like certification associated with that, you know, carried muster with Allstate. And I think that would be, because I mean, part of the problem is related to insurance and it's only going to get worse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think staff has direction where we want to go with this. Unless there's additional comment, we will take it from here. Is there anything else before we go on to the next item, or are we going on to the next item? We're taking a break. What are we
I
doing?
think that's the end of our agenda and we're on to executive session. Let me double check here. Yeah, I think we're done.
So all we need now is a Zoom link.
Oh, that would be a good idea. And to read it into the record, of course, but.
Yeah, so thanks again, George. Thanks, Peter. So this concludes our regular meeting. We will be coming back from the executive session to close the meeting out. But with that said, I move the Board of County Commissioners moves into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 246402(4)A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in property located at 240 Colorado Highway 103, Idaho Springs, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned property. And pursuant to CRS 246402(B) and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to entering into a new intergovernmental agreement with Clear Creek Fire Authority prior to or upon the expiration of the current agreement, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to a new intergovernmental agreement with Clear Creek Fire Authority.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Perfect.
And Sean, to answer your other question, may we start at 1 o'clock?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, with that said, the board will now move into executive session No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We will start at 1 o'clock. We again will return to close out this meeting, but there will be no more content for this meeting, so there's no reason for anyone to hang around. I'll see you guys at 1 in the executive session. All right, well, we have a quorum here, so we can just get going. We've returned from executive session. No written minutes were kept. No decisions were made. We are now back in regular session. Our agenda has concluded for the day, and we will adjourn until June 4th, is it?
14th.
I'm sorry,
June 7th.
7th, yeah.
June 7th. So see you at June 7th, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.